Part 2 of Shameless AF, Dad of the Damn Multiverse. Chapter 41, Frank is Dad. If Officer Eddie had truly accepted everything about her, it would have proven he loved her. Their broken father-daughter relationship might have been repaired, even restored to what it once was, perhaps even stronger. But Eddie's reaction left Karen bitterly disappointed. Not only did he interrupt her, he publicly called her a slut. Karen had still held on to a sliver of hope before, that maybe her father did love her, deep down. But in that moment, she saw the truth, crystal clear. She was just a child without a father's love. Her dad didn't love her. Not at all. Frank had been right. A real father, no matter how far his daughter had fallen, would accept and protect her. A father should be his child's eternal refuge. Tonight, Karen had lost her father completely. But luckily, she had found another, someone who truly cared for her. "Frank, were you listening outside the whole time?" Karen asked as she clung to Frank's arm. "Yeah," Frank nodded. "It must have been freezing. It's snowing today," she said. "It's all right. Snowfall isn't the coldest time, it's when the snow melts that it's really cold," Frank replied. "Really?" Karen looked surprised. "Of course. You've got to keep studying. This is basic knowledge," Frank teased. Karen went quiet for a beat. Then she asked, "So, you heard my confession too. Do you hate me now?" "Of course not," Frank grinned. "Our Karen's a total heartbreaker. A beautiful girl like you, of course tons of people are gonna fall for you. Even other girls can't resist you." The things Karen had done might be shocking or unthinkable to others, like something out of an adult film, but compared to what Frank had done in his past life, this was child's play. It wasn't even close. "That's your gift. You should use it. Do you have a Facebook blog?" "I remember there's a woman named Dalen who writes a blog. I know her." Karen's eyes lit up. "She sleeps with celebrities, boxers, wrestlers, then blogs about the experience." "I'm a huge fan." "Exactly. You could do that too, share your thoughts, your stories," Frank encouraged. "But, she's famous. And she sleeps with stars," Karen hesitated. "So what? Even Sheila's a live streamer now. She interacts with fans like it's nothing. What are you afraid of? Once you're famous, you can hook up with real stars, not just scruffy kids from the projects who don't even know what they're doing. Just one thing though, always use protection. You don't want to get sick or pregnant, right?" Frank added. "Really?" Karen seemed intrigued now. "Of course. When has Frank ever lied to you?" he said with a smirk. They continued walking and chatting happily. It was as if the scene in the church never happened. Snowflakes drifted down, and under the glow of streetlights, the two of them looked like a close and loving father and daughter, despite the not-so-kid-friendly topics of their conversation. "Frank, if you and Mom break up, will you still be my Frank?" Karen asked suddenly. "Why ask that out of the blue?" Frank replied, patting her on the head. "Don't worry. No matter what happens, I'll always be your Frank. That'll never change." "Thank you, Dad," Karen whispered as she leaned against him. "No need to thank me. This is what dads are supposed to do," Frank said gently, stroking her hair. When the two arrived home, Sheila looked surprised. "You're back already. The purity ball ended that fast. Where's Eddie?" It had been less than half an hour since Karen and Officer Eddie left. "John had already gone home. We just bumped into each other on the way back," Frank replied casually. "What happened to your hand?" Sheila noticed the blood and ran to grab the first aid kit. Frank had thrown his punch with enough force to split the skin, causing soft tissue bruising. The bleeding had mostly stopped on the walk home. That's why boxers wear gloves, to protect their fists. As Sheila bandaged his hand, Karen pulled open the basement door and walked into the room where Officer Eddie had been staying. "Sweetheart," Sheila called out in confusion. Bang, bang, bang. Loud crashing sounds came from below. Karen wasn't the forgiving type. She hadn't forgiven Eddie. She trashed everything in the basement, every last thing that belonged to him. When she came back upstairs, she looked refreshed, her anger finally vented. "Karen, are you okay?" Sheila rushed over and hugged her. "I'm fine, Mom. Just, don't ever let that man back in the house. He's not my father anymore. From now on, I only have one dad, Frank," Karen said firmly. "Okay, I understand. I'm just glad you're all right, Sheila said softly, though she didn't fully understand what had happened. Karen was exhausted. After resting on the couch a while, she headed to her room to sleep early. What happened at the Purity Ball? Sheila asked once Karen had gone. Frank had said they'd run into each other by chance, but Sheila wasn't stupid. Just a bit too kind-hearted. Frank must have gone to the ball. Something had clearly happened, Karen's attitude, her words, it all pointed to it. It's nothing now. It's over, Frank said reassuringly, not elaborating. Thank you, Frank. I don't know what I'd do without you, Sheila murmured as she leaned against his chest. Frank said nothing, just held her close and rubbed her shoulders. Meanwhile, outside the house, Officer Eddie pulled up in his car. His face was dark with rage and humiliation. Tonight had been a complete disaster. Everyone at the Purity Ball had known him, friends, neighbors. And Karen's words had completely shamed him. Driven by ego and rage, he'd lost control and screamed at her in public, calling her a slut. Now that he'd cooled down, a small pang of regret crept in. Maybe he had overreacted. Maybe he could still fix things. As he got out of the car and walked toward the house, a shadow silently appeared behind him. Hey there, a voice greeted him from the darkness. You. Eddie turned around, confused, only to feel a sharp pain on his head. His vision went black as he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 42, Preparing for the Wedding. Aren't you working today? Frank asked Fiona as he dug in the yard, searching for Ginny's remains. Fiona sat on the steps, smoking and holding a bottle of beer. Haven't found the right job lately, Fiona replied, taking a drag. Despite saying she worked, Fiona hadn't finished high school, having dropped out early. She couldn't find a formal job and only took temporary gigs, doing whatever paid at the moment. Essentially, she was a temp worker. Want to help your old dad out? Frank panted. Help you dig holes? No thanks. Why are you digging up the yard anyway? Did you hide money here? Fiona teased. Just looking for something, Frank said vaguely, not yet ready to tell anyone about Ginny. That Steve guy seems to come around a lot lately, Frank commented. Not really, Fiona shrugged, not wanting to discuss it, knowing Frank's aversion to Steve. What about Tony? Haven't seen him in a while, Frank asked, hoping Tony's presence would keep Steve in check. There's been a nasty murder in the next neighborhood. Tony and the police are busy with that, Fiona explained. Oh, I need to pee, Fiona said, heading inside with a small bottle. After using the bathroom and washing her hands, a woman carrying a baby and a tray knocked and entered. Sonia, just in time. The urine's on the table, Fiona said. Is it clean? Sonia asked. Of course, Fiona replied, drying her hands. Thanks, Fiona. You don't know how much this means to me, Sonia said, grateful. It means you can keep doing drugs and still collect welfare, while I get some food to eat, Fiona chuckled. This lasagna is fresh out of the oven, Sonia said, handing over the tray. This is fresh too. If you want to pass the test, don't let it cool, Fiona said, handing over the urine sample. Thanks, Sonia said, tucking it into her bra before hurriedly leaving with her child. Lunch is ready. If you don't eat now, it'll be gone, Fiona called out. Traded pee for food again, nice, Lip said as he and the others came downstairs. What smells? It's either vomit or fancy cheese, Veronica said, stopping by. Tell Sonia if she keeps giving me food this good, I'd happily poop on a tray for her, Veronica joked, savoring the lasagna. We're eating lunch, can we not talk about that? Frank said. Aren't you going to Sheila's? I remember her food is much better than this, Veronica commented. I like being with my kids, Frank said, ruffling Debbie's hair. Though Frank had built a harmonious relationship with Karen, progress with his own kids was slow. Karen, having known Frank through Lip, found it easier to accept the new Frank, while Frank's own children had deeply ingrained memories of him. Hey, Debbie, can you help me pick out a wedding gift later? Veronica asked. After lunch, everyone left quickly. What are you thinking about? Frank asked, noticing Fiona seemed preoccupied. Kevin and Vi are getting married, you know, Fiona said. Yeah, I know, Frank nodded. But Kevin is already married, Fiona hesitated, revealing the secret to Frank. Kevin and Veronica planned to marry, but Kevin was already married. I didn't see that coming. Kevin with his big, honest face, turns out to be a jerk. Does Veronica know? Frank asked, surprised. That's the problem. V doesn't know. Judging by how she acts, Kevin hasn't told her, Fiona said, worried. The situation was stressing Fiona out, so she turned to Frank for advice, as the wedding preparations were already underway. This is simple, leave it to me, Frank assured. That evening, Frank gathered Kevin and Veronica, with Fiona joining out of concern. Kevin, there's something you haven't told V, right? Frank said directly. Frank, Kevin exclaimed, shocked by Frank's bluntness, nearly dropping his cigarette. Dad, Fiona exclaimed. What didn't you tell me? Veronica asked, confused. We all know about you and V. Trust in V's feelings for you, and I believe you have your reasons, Frank continued. V, I'm actually already married, Kevin admitted, cornered. You're married. Veronica's voice shot up an octave. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to keep it from you, Kevin said, hugging her for comfort. Who is she? Veronica asked after calming down. Kevin showed a photo of himself with a blonde, blue-eyed woman in a wedding dress, a typical Western beauty. She's got issues, throws plates at me, and drinks too much. She scarred the back of my neck. I had to run away. Darling, you don't know how many times I've wanted to tell you, but as time passed, it all felt less real, Kevin explained. I can't believe this. Now we can't get married, and I can't access my father's inheritance for buying a house, Veronica sighed. Inheritance. Veronica's mention caught Frank and Fiona's attention. My mom said my dad left me an inheritance for buying a house when I get married. Kevin and I weren't sure about marrying, we weren't ready. Then my mom told me about the inheritance. Now, no marriage, no money, Veronica lamented. Wait, is the money with a lawyer or your mom? Frank asked. You think we can afford a lawyer? Veronica laughed. The money's with your mom. If you want it, that's simple, Frank said. Chapter 43, The Fake Wedding. Your mom just wants to see you get married, to witness a wedding. So, why not just hold a wedding ceremony for her without registering it legally with the state? Frank suggested. A marriage license is what legally binds a couple as husband and wife. Without it, even if you hold a wedding ceremony, you're not legally married and won't commit bigamy. Frank recalled a video he once saw from a certain notorious lawbreaker who joked that as long as you don't get a marriage license, you could have weddings with multiple women without it being considered bigamy, just a moral issue. A fake wedding. The three of them exchanged glances. Think about it, it counts as a wedding, just not a legal one, and it's not against the law, Frank said. Frank, you're a genius. Veronica exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. But what's the point of doing it? Kevin was still trying to wrap his head around it. For the free gifts, the wedding presents, and my dead father's inheritance, sweetheart, Veronica laughed, wrapping her arms around Kevin's neck. Thanks, Dad, Fiona said, watching Kevin embrace. Veronica, Sheila would love to help you with the wedding dress, Frank said, putting an arm around Fiona's shoulders with a smile. The next day, Fiona, Veronica, and Debbie went to Sheila's house to prepare for the wedding. You're getting married. Congratulations, Sheila exclaimed excitedly, holding Veronica's hand. You'll make a beautiful bride, Sheila said as she took Veronica's measurements. Oh, Sheila, you're making me feel like Cinderella. You're my fairy godmother, Veronica joked. Screw Cinderella. She's a starry-eyed brat and a terrible role model for young girls. Marriage is the most useless institution humans have clung to, Karen said while doing her homework. How do you know? Debbie asked. I watched a marriage fall apart. Marriage is unreliable. In the old days, it was just a way for parents to legally sell off their daughters, Karen replied. Parents are role models for their children, and their actions greatly influence them. Sheila and Officer Eddie's unhappy marriage had left a negative impression on Karen's view of marriage, making her quite cynical about it. Honey, those are just some cases, special circumstances. You'll eventually meet the right person and get married. When that happens, I'll walk you down the aisle, Frank said, feeling a bit uneasy. Fathers everywhere feel similarly. There's a saying that it's easy to marry off a son but hard to give away a daughter. It's a psychological thing. Fathers are thrilled when sons marry, even if the couple doesn't get along, as long as a new member joins the family. But when it comes to daughters, fathers feel as if their precious treasure is being stolen and often resent the son-in-law. Frank felt this way too, troubled by the thought of his daughters marrying someday, and growing increasingly annoyed with Steve, the young man courting his eldest daughter. "I wonder who you'll marry," Frank sighed. "Dad, I'll always be with you," Debbie said, looking up at Frank. "Good girl," Frank said, patting Debbie's head. HMPH. Karen huffed, feeling a twinge of jealousy watching Frank and Debbie. "All right, tell me about my bachelorette party." "We're going to have a blast," Veronica said excitedly. Bachelorette parties might not be common in some places, but they're a must before getting married in the West. Of course, these parties sometimes get out of hand. Typically, bachelorette and bachelor parties are separate. Veronica and her girlfriends would have theirs, while Frank and Kevin would have theirs with the guys. Veronica's party would be at a nightclub, while Kevin's would be at the Alibi Bar, where they could party harder on home turf. After measurements were done, everyone left to prepare for the parties. "Karen, why don't you join Fiona and the others?" Frank suggested. "I don't want to go," Karen said, reluctant. Although Karen often hung out with Lip and visited Frank's house, she only knew Fiona and the others casually, not well enough to feel comfortable joining them, especially Veronica. "Go with them. They're like your sisters," Frank said, understanding her hesitation. After that night's events, Karen and Frank had formed an unspoken father-daughter bond, akin to an adoptive relationship. But, being an adopted daughter, there was still a gap compared to his biological daughters, Fiona and Debbie. Frank's words reassured Karen that, whether adopted or biological, he would treat all his daughters equally. "Have fun," Sheila said, helping Karen with her coat. Everyone left, leaving Sheila alone at home. If she could leave the house, she would have joined the girls. Ding dong. A while later, the doorbell rang. "Eddie." Sheila was surprised to see him at the door. "Where are Karen and Frank?" Officer Eddie asked, stepping inside. "Kevin and Veronica are getting married. They're preparing for their parties tonight." "Wait, tell me what happened at the Purity Ball," Sheila asked, following Eddie. Eddie opened the basement door, entering the chaos of broken TVs, fish tanks, decorations, and paintings, but showed no emotion. He didn't hide anything, recounting the events of the Purity Ball to Sheila calmly and without emotion. "Get out. Get out of my house." Sheila screamed in rage upon hearing what had happened. "You're her father, and you called my daughter a slut. Her heart should be full of love, not hate. Never come back," Sheila shouted, shoving Eddie out and hitting him. No wonder Karen had trashed the basement after the Purity Ball, filled with anger and hatred toward Eddie. Chapter 44, Svetlana. Sheila had initially wondered if there had been some misunderstanding between Karen and Officer Eddie. After all, the night they left for the Purity Ball, the two had seemed to be getting along just fine, like a normal father and daughter. But now that she knew the truth, everything made sense. Sheila finally understood why Karen had come home so furious that night. Her own anger surged to the surface. As a mother who truly loved her daughter, who always placed her child above all else, Sheila was bitterly disappointed in Eddie. Seeing her rage, Officer Eddie frowned and raised his hand defensively. But Sheila had lost all reason, like a woman possessed. She lunged at him, scratching and hitting, leaving bleeding cuts across his face. "That's enough," Eddie shouted, his eyes flaring. With a rough shove, he knocked Sheila to the ground. "You." Sheila scrambled back up, unrelenting. Smack. Eddie slapped her hard across the face, sending her crashing to the floor again. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, and for a moment, she just sat there, stunned. Eddie had never hit a woman before. As a devout Christian, he believed in restraint. But he didn't say a word. Without a glance back, he got into his car and drove away. A long moment passed before Sheila stirred. She slowly stood up, still cradling her face. I'm outside. I actually walked outside. I finally made it out," she cried in shock. Fueled by anger, she had completely forgotten about her severe agoraphobia, the crippling fear of unfamiliar places. In chasing after Eddie, she had stormed right out of the house. And now, realizing she'd broken free of that invisible prison, an overwhelming joy overtook her. It eclipsed all the pain and fury, and she began jumping in place with excitement. But at this moment, she had no one to share her happiness with. Meanwhile, Eddie was gripping the steering wheel tightly as he drove, muttering under his breath, "Frank." The scratches on his face healed unnaturally fast, leaving no trace behind. "Hey, you're late, Frank," Kevin shouted as Frank walked into the bar. Kevin slung an arm around him, grinning. "We found a bunch of hot girls for the party tonight, it's gonna be wild." "Hey there, handsome Tilda," several scantily clad women approached, speaking with thick Russian accents. This kind of street party wasn't complete without prostitutes. The women had been hired for the night, blondes, brunettes, even a few black girls, but most were Russian. Russia had long been known for its beautiful women, and due to the struggling economy, many were forced to seek opportunities abroad. Enticed by the seductive lure of the American dream, some had snuck into the U.S. illegally. Others had been sold by desperate fathers, for as little as the cost of a few bottles of vodka. But once they arrived, most were trapped, easy prey in a foreign land. With no legal documents and few options, many turned to prostitution just to survive. One of the more infamous clubs on this strip specialized in Russian girls. With connections back in Russia, they ensured high quality. Compared to the local Latina workers, the tall and curvy Russians were a major draw for American men, offering both looks and affordability. The bachelor party was in full swing. Tons of friends showed up. Lip and Ian were there too, though Carl, being too young, wasn't invited. Everyone wore crazy disco wigs, loud dance music pumped through the speakers, and the hired girls performed strip teases. Of course, there was plenty of weed going around too. Even John showed up. It was one of those rare nights when Frank truly let loose. He tossed aside his usual cynicism, downed a few drinks with John, and even hopped on stage with a microphone in hand. "People ask me, Frank, why do you drink?" he sang. "To get drunk." The crowd shouted back. "And why do you smoke weed?" "To get high." "Then why do you live the life you sing about in your songs?" Frank was in his element. For a moment, it felt like the old Frank was back. He even sang 2 songs in Chinese. "Hey, beautiful. Drinking alone, isn't that boring?" Frank said as he returned to the bar, spotting a sultry Russian woman smoking by herself. To Frank and his buddies, the party was a wild night of fun. But for these women, it was just another exhausting shift. Kevin had paid good money, not for their enjoyment, but to keep the party lively. Unlike atmosphere girls at regular bars who just flirt and laugh, these women were expected to provide everything, including sex. It was physically and emotionally draining work. "You want me to give you a blowjob too?" the Russian woman asked bluntly. No, just looking to share a drink," Frank replied. He'd already pushed his limits tonight. "You're the first man to say no to me," she said, slightly surprised. As she turned, her ample chest bounced with the motion. What's your name?" "I'm Frank," he asked, regaining composure. "Svetlana, you sang Chinese songs earlier, your pronunciation was quite good," she said, switching to Chinese toward the end. Her accent was thick, but her words were understandable. "You speak Chinese?" Frank blinked, taken aback. Chinese was notoriously hard to learn. "Not fluently. But my family was poor, and I used to dream of working in China, so I picked up a bit," Svetlana replied, exhaling smoke. "What kind of education do you have? Why are you doing this kind of work?" Frank asked, puzzled. With her looks, body, and language skills, she could have easily found a better job, even in China. Teaching, modeling, maybe even landing a wealthy sponsor. Anything had to be better than selling herself in a US slum. "I finished some high school, but had to drop out. I wanted to keep studying, but we had no money. My bastard father sold me for $300. When I got to the US, I had no passport, no ID, completely undocumented. No money, no choices. What else could I do? If immigration catches me, I'll be deported. I can't go back. Things might be bad here, but back home, I might not even get to eat, she shrugged, completely unfazed. So, you learn Chinese on your own? Frank asked, even more surprised. Yeah, English too, I picked it up after I arrived. Way easier than Chinese. Took me like 2 weeks. I even learned some Spanish along the way. It's pretty useful here, you know, Svetlana said, chatting freely like someone who hadn't had a real conversation in ages. Chapter 45, The Attack. What else can you do? Frank asked, intrigued. The more Frank talked, the more astonished he became. Svetlana, the prostitute, was a linguistic genius. Self-taught, she had mastered several languages. Truly, a diamond in the rough. What's 72 times 3,867? Frank asked. 278,424, Svetlana replied instantly, without a pause. Kevin, where's the calculator? Frank asked. Huh, what did you say? Kevin was already tipsy. Seeing Kevin's state, Frank didn't bother asking again. He jumped over the bar, found a calculator, and checked the math. Svetlana was spot on. Frank asked a few more math problems, and Svetlana answered each flawlessly. Frank was amazed. Svetlana was not only a linguistic genius but also a math prodigy. I've always been good with numbers. It's nothing special, it doesn't magically put bread on the table, Svetlana said dismissively of her talent. You should go to school. Even if it's not college, at least learn accounting. Don't waste your talent, Frank advised. School costs money. Since you're not interested in having fun, I need to get back to work. If I slack off too long, the boss will dock my pay. But if you want a lap dance, I could chat a bit more, Svetlana said, eyeing a man in the corner, snuffing her cigarette and getting up. Frank and Svetlana talked until the bachelor party ended, even exchanging contact information. Tonight was the easiest work I've had in ages. It's been a while since I had a real conversation. Call me sometime, and I'll give you a discount. Bye, she said, blowing Frank a kiss as she left with the other girls, smiling genuinely for the first time that evening. As the girls and other partygoers left, Frank, slightly drunk, stumbled home. Lip and Ian had left halfway through the party because they had school the next day. While walking home, a car approached, blinding Frank with its high beams, like flashbangs in the dark. What the hell? Frank squinted, shielding his eyes. The car accelerated straight towards Frank. Whoa, Frank shouted, diving into a snowbank. The car crashed into a fence, and Officer Eddie emerged. Frank crawled out of the snow, shaken and suddenly sober from the near accident. Eddie, are you crazy? Frank shouted. Eddie sends his regards, Frank, Officer Eddie said, drawing a gun on Frank. Bang, bang, several shots rang out. Frank clenched his eyes shut but felt no pain from bullets. Opening them, he saw Eddie stagger, shot in the back. Amazingly, Eddie, despite being shot, pushed up from the ground, seemingly unfazed. You, Frank hesitated, thinking of calling for help. Watch out. John tackled Eddie, disarming him and locking his arm behind his back, knee on his neck. Crack. Eddie, pinned, forced his arm out of the hold with a sickening crunch, dislocating it to throw John off. When Eddie rose, both Frank and John noticed his eyes glowed white in the dark, his wounds healing rapidly, as if supernaturally. So it's you, John exclaimed, drawing a knife. But before John could strike, Eddie grabbed a broken fence post, stabbing John in the abdomen. Ah! John gasped, spitting blood. Bang, bang. As Eddie prepared to finish John, gunshots fired, hitting Eddie in the shoulder and neck, making him stagger and fall. Frank stood with the gun, shocked. Are you okay? Frank asked, rushing to John's side. I'm fine. Just go. Get out of here. John, bleeding, urged Frank. We can't leave. Eddie attacked us first. He tried to kill me. Even if he's dead, it's self-defense, Frank reasoned, though he wanted to run, realizing he couldn't. He's not dead. That's not Eddie. It's a monster. John groaned. Turning, Frank saw Eddie, shot through the neck, rising, wounds healing unnaturally fast. Run, John shouted, seeing Frank frozen in fear. Frank snapped out of it, instinctively starting to flee but stopped. Damn it, Frank, he cursed himself. The Frank personality would have run, but Frank wasn't Frank. He fought against Frank's influence. Returning, Frank helped John up, and they fled together. Bang, bang. As Eddie pursued, Frank fired again, aiming for his legs to slow him down. Thankfully, practicing with Ian had improved Frank's aim. Though not perfect, he hit Eddie's legs, slowing his pursuit. Normal bullets won't work. Use silver weapons to hurt it. Take this knife, John said, handing Frank a silver dagger. Frank took the dagger, throwing it at Eddie, striking his thigh. Damn, it's a silver knife, Eddie finally reacted, stopping to clutch his wounded leg. Chapter 46, Officer Eddie. As Frank dragged John away, the sound of sirens echoed in the distance. "I'll let you off today," muttered Officer Eddie. Clutching his wound, he limped away from the scene. "I'm taking you to the hospital," Frank said urgently, supporting the blood-soaked John. "No, I can't go to the hospital," John refused weakly. Seeing John insist, Frank had no choice but to bring him back to his house. "What the hell happened?" Fiona asked in shock. Her girls' night had just ended, and she was startled to see Frank dragging in someone covered in blood. "Call an ambulance." Fiona grabbed her phone. "Don't." John's bloody hand shot out and grabbed her wrist, stopping her. No matter how badly he was hurt, John absolutely refused to go to the hospital. He insisted on treating the wound himself. Seeing how stubborn he was, Frank and Fiona quickly called Veronica for help. She wasn't a doctor, but she was a nurse, experienced from working in a retirement home and better than most doctors at treating everyday injuries. Whenever anyone in the house got sick, it was always Veronica they turned to. Fortunately, no vital organs were hit. The wound on his abdomen looks bad, but it's mostly blood loss. "It's more frightening than fatal," Veronica said as she cleaned the wound with alcohol, picked out wooden splinters with tweezers, and stitched it closed. John lay in the bathtub, pale and unconscious from blood loss and a small dose of morphine. By the time the wound was stitched, he had already passed out. After cleaning him up and removing his bloodied clothes, they carefully carried John into Frank's bedroom. It was late, so once everything was settled, Fiona rounded up the kids and sent them all to bed. When she was finally alone with Frank, she confronted him. "All right, what the hell happened?" I'm not entirely sure. "It's complicated," Frank replied, cigarette dangling from his lips, looking visibly shaken. Everything that had just happened felt unreal. Why had Officer Eddie suddenly tried to kill him? Was it just because of what happened at the Purity Ball? That didn't make sense. And even more bizarre, Eddie had been shot through the neck. Yet somehow, he was still alive. Who'd believe that? There was no way he could tell Fiona the truth. "I don't care who he is or what you're involved in," Fiona said seriously, her tone cold, almost threatening. "Just don't drag the kids into it." Anyone who refused to go to the hospital with injuries like that was clearly hiding something. Probably a fugitive. A normal family would have called the cops the second they saw someone like him. But this was the south side of Chicago. Gangs, cons, and theft were part of daily life. So yes, they could treat John. They could even shelter him. But if the children got involved, that was a different story. "I understand," Frank nodded solemnly. Neither of them noticed that when John's blood-stained jacket was removed, a small notebook fell out. Carl picked it up. Lying under his blanket, flashlight in hand, Carl flipped it open with wide eyes. The pages were filled with entries about all kinds of myths and monsters, vampires, werewolves, banshees, vengeful spirits, demons. His eyes sparkled with fascination. // While John was being treated back at the house, the real Officer Eddie was in a very different situation, chained up inside an abandoned factory, blood crusting on his forehead. A closer look would reveal a chilling detail. The man chained up was the real Officer Eddie. Across from him stood someone identical. "Who the hell are you? What the hell are you?" The real Eddie shouted at the doppelganger. "I'm no one. I can be anyone. Right now, I'm you. I'm Eddie. Eddie Jackson," the imposter said casually. Sitting on the ground, the fake Eddie gripped a silver dagger embedded in his thigh and yanked it out. Blood poured freely. Unlike before, the wound didn't heal instantly. Just as John had said, silver could hurt it, Grunting in pain, Eddie leaned against the wall and stripped off his clothes. Then came the sound of bones grinding beneath his skin, visible even from the surface. His skeleton shifted unnaturally, pushing against his flesh in grotesque ways. Teeth fell from his mouth. He reached up, grabbed a chunk of skin, and tore it off. The shed flesh dissolved into a thick, vomit-like sludge. When the transformation was over, the imposter stood there, drenched in slime, as if stepping out of a swamp. The silver-inflicted wound on his thigh. Completely healed. "Why, you're a demon," the real Eddie stammered in horror. His worldview shattered before his eyes. "Phew, much better," the doppelganger said, wiping off the goo with a towel. He grabbed a bag of food and devoured it hungrily. The transformation had drained him. "Why are you doing this to me? Why did you kidnap me and take my place? Has God abandoned me?" Eddie asked in a trembling voice, slowly regaining his composure. "I'm no demon. And you've got it wrong, it wasn't me who came for you. You attracted me. I chose you," said the creature, now fully assuming Eddie's identity. "I could sense your rage. Your disappointment in life. Your resentment toward your wife, Sheila, right? The one who's a little too into her toys. And your daughter, you never really accepted her, did you? You dreamed of raising a chaste, saintly girl, someone like the Virgin Mary. But instead, you see her as a slut. You see both Sheila and Karen as whores. God's punishment. Yet you endure it, not out of love, but because you believe it's your cross to bear," the creature said with a faint smile. "No, that's not true," Eddie snapped. "Don't lie to me. Don't lie to yourself. I inherit every memory of those I become. I know everything about you, even the truths you refuse to admit. But of course," he added with a chuckle, "the one you hate most isn't them. It's Frank, isn't it? Frank, he's a parasite, living off your family. And not just him, his son too. Lip. One slept with your wife, the other with your daughter. You blame them for the ruin your families become. You're hated by your wife and daughter, forced to live in a basement, you can't even get a hot meal." Chapter 47, Dean. Tisk tisk, it's not just hatred, you even feel a trace of gratitude toward Frank. After all, he shielded you from all those toys Sheila owned. Hey, such complex and beautiful emotions. That's exactly why I find you so irresistibly fascinating. It's the most exquisite nourishment for my soul. Officer Eddie grinned as he spoke. With every word, the real Eddie trembled more, each sentence exposing secrets he had kept buried, things he was unwilling to admit even to himself. "I have one principle, I always fulfill the deepest wish of the person I become. Think of it as a form of compensation. The person you hate the most is Frank. So I'll help you kill him. I'll bring you his head, and then I'll send you on your way, before moving on to my next target. Oh, by the way, this is the photo you've been longing for, right?" Officer Eddie reached inside his coat and pulled out a photo. It was taken from Sheila's house, the one snapped on the night of the Purity Ball, showing Officer Eddie and Karen just before they left together. "Normally, I only fulfill one wish per person, but something this small, consider it a freebie." He tossed the photo at the real Eddie. //. Meanwhile, on Frank's side, things weren't any better. While he was still dealing with John's situation, Kevin and Veronica had run into trouble of their own. Veronica's brother had shown up. "I was a bridesmaid at your wedding, and I had no idea you even had a brother, Fiona said in surprise. "I didn't think Marty would come either. He should be in prison. He broke out just last night," Veronica muttered, pacing in her leopard print lingerie. "What was he in for?" Fiona asked. "Assault, theft, arson, he's got mental issues. Hates women, loves setting fires. Oh, and he's got Tourette's, bipolar disorder, and a drinking problem. He's basically every psychiatrist's dream case," Veronica said flatly. "She's not lying," Kevin added. "Once, I was eating dinner and he just charged at me. I had to fight him off while he screamed stuff like, FCK. SHT. Die. It was terrifying. So, what do we do?" Fiona asked. "Kick him back into prison, of course. The last thing I want is him crashing my wedding, tackling the groom, and screaming profanities mid-ceremony," Veronica replied. "Need my help?" Frank offered, sipping coffee. Deal with your own mess first. How's that guy from last night, the one with his stomach sliced open? Veronica asked. He's stable, but still unconscious, Frank said. He looked kinda hot, Veronica mused. There's something about older guys. I was this close to catching feelings. John's about my age, Frank said dryly. Kevin said, sounding jealous. Kidding. I still love you most, my handsome groom. Veronica kissed him. We'll go take care of my brother. You deal with your monster. With that, Fiona and the others left for Veronica's house. // Knock knock. Shortly after they left, there was a knock at the door. Who are you? Frank asked, opening the door to find a boy standing outside. Is John here? The boy asked. And you are? Frank eyed him warily. I'm his son. Name's Dean. Oh, you're Dean. Yeah, John mentioned you. You've got a younger brother too, right? Sam. Frank stepped aside to let him in. Dean walked in and immediately went over to John, who lay unconscious, his torso bandaged. What happened? He asked after checking the wound. Frank explained what had happened the previous night. Since Dean was John's son, he might know more about what exactly that, Officer Eddie, creature was. So the shapeshifter wasn't you, but it's definitely targeting you. Dean looked at Frank grimly. Shapeshifter. What's that? Frank locked on to the key word. A creature that can turn into anyone, indistinguishable from the real thing. Voice, appearance, even memories, it copies them all. The only reliable way to spot one is through its behavior. Some intel says their pupils turn white under strong light or when caught on camera, Dean explained. Yeah, its eyes did turn white. Frank recalled. Wait, are you saying, you thought I was the shapeshifter? Frank asked, wide-eyed. It committed several crimes. We tracked it to this area, but didn't know what form it took. It's been hiding, and we've been investigating everyone, Dean replied. Now Frank understood why he had been a suspect. As Dean explained, shapeshifters were nearly impossible to detect unless certain conditions were met. The only way to tell was by their actions, and Frank's recent behavior had changed drastically. That shift in character was enough to put him on Dean and John's radar as the prime suspect. Still, since it was only a suspicion, they hadn't acted against him. Instead, John had gotten close to observe and confirm. But before they could determine anything, the real shapeshifter had attacked Frank, while taking the form of Officer Eddie. Why me? Why would it want to kill me? Frank asked. He was just a regular guy. Even the old Frank had been a nobody. Why would a supernatural creature target someone like him? We don't know. But since it turned into that cop, Eddie, it might be influenced by his memories. Did you do something to piss him off? Dean asked. Frank hesitated. Let's see, he stole Eddie's wife, stole his daughter, took over his home, banished him to the basement, and punched him in front of everyone. Yeah, that probably counts as offensive. Thinking about it from Eddie's perspective, Frank would have wanted himself dead, too. //. Just then, John stirred awake on the bed. Dad. Dean rushed to his side. Dean, what are you doing here? Where are we? John was groggy, still dazed. But he quickly pieced things together. Thanks for last night, he said, sitting up and clutching his wound as he leaned against the pillow. Frank had every chance to abandon him and run, but instead, he'd risked his own life to help him escape. No, thank you. You saved my life, Frank replied sincerely. Without John's help, he never would have survived that indestructible shapeshifter. Chapter 48, The Briefing. So, what should we do now? Frank asked. It failed to kill you last night, but it won't give up. It'll only stop once you're dead. Last night, it underestimated us, which is why we escaped. It'll strike again soon, and we must be ready. Next time, we have to kill it. If it escapes and goes into hiding, it'll be a real problem. Shapeshifters aren't like other monsters. If it truly wants to hide, finding it will be impossible. It'll lurk in the shadows like a viper, waiting for us to slip up and then kill us all. I was careless yesterday. In my current state, I can't fight. We'll have to rely on you, Dean, John said, turning to Dean. John hadn't expected to encounter a shapeshifter last night. His gun was loaded with regular bullets, and he only had a silver dagger. If he had brought silver bullets, he could have killed the shapeshifter on the spot. But it wasn't John's fault. Silver bullets are expensive and custom-made, unlike regular bullets available in stores. Unless a hunt is planned, hunters usually carry standard ammunition. I understand, Dean nodded. Regular weapons won't kill a shapeshifter. Only silver can harm it. I'll go get our gear, Dean said, quickly leaving. Dean has hunted many monsters with me, but he's never worked alone. He's young, prone to impulsiveness, and doesn't always think things through. Frank, I need you to watch his back, John said, acknowledging Frank's experience despite being a few years younger. You're too kind. This is about survival for me, too. That shapeshifter wants me dead, Frank replied. What exactly do you guys do? From what you said, it sounds like you've killed many of these creatures. Are there a lot of monsters in this world? Frank asked, curious. Frank had seen plenty of monster movies and heard urban legends, but he never expected such creatures to exist in reality. If there were many monsters, Frank needed to be more cautious, especially since he wanted his kids to have a safe life. In human society, wealth can ensure a comfortable life. But against supernatural monsters, wealth means nothing. A shapeshifter could take your place, kill you, destroy the evidence, and take over your life, as Frank did to Officer Eddie. In that sense, Eddie's grudge made sense. We're hunters, specializing in killing dangerous supernatural creatures. There are many monsters, but not too many. They hide among people, and someone you drink or dine with might be a disguised monster. Most just want to live peacefully and don't cause trouble. After all, this world is human-dominated, and compared to humanity, monsters are endangered species. Many monsters fear exposure. But occasionally, some harm humans, and those are our targets, John explained. Hearing this, Frank felt relieved. Monsters are rare, and the odds of encountering a harmful one are even lower. Many people may never see a monster in their lifetime. Instead of worrying about supernatural monsters, it's more practical to be wary of human criminals, who are far more numerous. Humans, more than supernatural monsters, are the most dangerous. So, are you like the FBI or CIA but dealing with supernatural events? Are hunters like secret agents? Frank speculated. No, we aren't affiliated with the government. Hunters are ordinary people, and many of us are fugitives. I was wanted after failing to properly dispose of a werewolf's body, which the police found, John said. John was a wanted man, with a fake identity, which is why he couldn't go to a hospital despite his injuries. So, hunters are self-organized, and anyone can become one. Frank was surprised. That's right. Most hunters are victims of monster attacks, seeking revenge by becoming hunters, John said, a hint of sadness crossing his face. Becoming a hunter is simple, find and kill monsters. But you need to know how to kill them. For example, a shapeshifter can't be killed with regular weapons. Only silver can harm it. Ghosts can be repelled with salt and iron, but to destroy them, you must find and burn their remains with salt. Vampires require beheading, and so on. John explained the basics of fighting various monsters. Talking with John, Frank was amazed to learn about the variety of monsters in the world. Monsters have existed throughout history, but information was scarce. Knowledge was passed by word of mouth or written in books, often dismissed as fantasy. Now, the internet makes it easier to research monsters and find rare books, John noted. But with so many monsters, surely the government knows. Aren't there departments to handle them? Frank asked. I don't know if the government is aware. So far, I've never encountered officials dealing with supernatural cases, John said. However, some hunters come from families with a long tradition of hunting monsters. One group possesses unique abilities. Their eyes see through all illusions, making them immune to monster disguises. They're called the Grimm, John explained. Grimm, like the fairy tales? Frank asked, surprised by the connection. Yes, the Grimm fairy tales originated from the Grimm family, serving as educational material on monsters, John confirmed. Huh. Frank was taken aback, having mentioned it offhandedly. Chapter 49, News about the Grimms. The Grimm's fairy tales that children read today are just sanitized nursery rhymes, versions revised and censored countless times. The original Grimm stories weren't just for kids. They were aimed at adults too. Dark, violent, bloody, terrifying, they were records of supernatural monsters. The Grimms used their tales to expose these horrors and, most importantly, to describe how to kill them. But those original tales have long disappeared, John said. If only there were still a Grimm around. With their eyes, even a perfect shapeshifter disguise would be seen through instantly, he sighed. Do you know a Grimm? Could they help us? Frank asked eagerly. I did know one, a hunter, a descendant of the Grimms. But we've lost contact for a long time. She might already be dead. The Grimms had the eyes of truth. No monster could escape their gaze. If anyone could recognize every creature, it would be the Grimms. What makes monsters terrifying is their mystery. People don't know what they really are. Once the truth is revealed, they stop being monsters and become prey, just like tigers and leopards. That's why the Grimms were monsters' natural enemies. Eventually, the monsters struck back. Though the Grimms slew countless horrors, they suffered huge losses and were nearly wiped out. Only a few scattered descendants remain. I happened to meet one during a demon hunting job, John said with a sigh. Frank's mind wandered. If monsters are real, then what about aliens? Are there aliens too? He asked, curious. John paused. Aliens? Maybe. Maybe not. Personally, I haven't run into any, but I have seen plenty of monsters disguised as aliens, or mistaken for them, John replied. You don't seem scared at all, he added, glancing at Frank. John noticed this since last night. Ordinary people would be paralyzed with fear at the sight of a monster, legs weak, maybe even losing control of their bowels. But Frank had fired at the monster and dragged John to safety. Even hearing these truths today, he remained calm. This wasn't something you could explain with bravery or a strong heart. It was something deeper. What's there to be scared of? Frank shrugged. Though, yeah, when that shapeshifter got up after taking a bullet through the neck, that did give me a bit of a scare. If it had been in his previous life, Frank might not have handled the truth. But lately, his life had been a roller coaster. He crossed into this world, inheriting a mess from the old Frank, a broken family, estranged children. Yet somehow, Frank now had kids, sons, daughters, older and younger, and for a while, he got to enjoy something like a real family. But the old Frank had made a mess so deep that no quick fix could undo it. Before he could even try to repair those bonds, he was hit with a cancer diagnosis. No money for treatment. Too scared to go to the doctor. He didn't know how long he had left. So he started spiraling, doing things he never would have dreamed of before, illegal things, to pay off debts and credit cards. If he was already doomed, then learning that monsters were real wasn't such a shock. In fact, seeing things no one else had seen was almost refreshing. The only thing Frank truly worried about was whether these monsters would hurt his kids. You've told me a lot, but I'd still like to see one of these other monsters myself. I wonder if they're anything like the ones on TV, Frank said. Actually, I just remembered, inside my clothes, there's a notebook. I recorded everything I know about the monsters I've encountered. You should take a look, John said. Hang on, I'll go check, Frank replied, heading to the bathroom. John's clothes were still there, soaked in blood and left untouched. Everyone else had gone off to help with Veronica's brother, so no one had cleaned up yet. Frank rummaged through the clothes thoroughly, but the notebook was nowhere to be found. I always kept it in a hidden pocket inside my undershirt. It wouldn't have fallen out. Someone must have taken it, John said. But who would take it? Frank frowned, thinking hard. The notebook was filled with information about supernatural creatures. Fiona, Lip, and Ian wouldn't believe any of it. At most, they might flip through it before tossing it aside. Veronica had been there too, but she'd been busy with wedding preparations. She helped stitch John up last night and then left. It probably wasn't her. Debbie, just a little girl, would have been terrified by the contents. If she saw it, she definitely would have said something. That left only one suspect. Carl. It has to be Carl, Frank muttered. Of everyone in the house, only Carl had the kind of curiosity to take John's notebook. Frank went straight to Carl's room and turned the place upside down, but the notebook wasn't there. Did he hide it in someone else's room? Frank wondered and started searching the others. What's this? He muttered while checking Ian and Lip's room. He'd moved a cabinet and heard something drop behind it. Reaching underneath, his fingers closed around what felt like a book. He grinned, thinking he'd found the notebook. But when he pulled it out and got a good look, he froze. It wasn't John's journal. It was a magazine, with a scantily clad woman on the cover. So someone's been hiding their little, Adonis physique, collection, Frank smirked knowingly. Boys that age all had secret stashes, weather magazines or hidden folders labeled, study materials, filled with videos of girls' lips, or Ian's. Frank muttered as he casually flipped it open. Then his face changed. It was as if he'd just taken a big bite of food and found a cockroach inside, and not just any cockroach, but one half-eaten and still twitching. Inside weren't pictures of women. It was all men. Very muscular men. Flexing, posing, and doing things to each other. Holy shish, Frank shouted, his hand reflexively dropping the magazine to the floor. Chapter 50, Adonis. Physique. Frank stood frozen for a moment before snapping out of it. He bent down and picked up the little, Adonis Physique, book from the floor, only to realize upon flipping through it that it was filled with muscular men. Very muscular men. Whose book is this? Frank murmured, suspicious. It couldn't be any of the younger kids in the house, they were way too young. That left Liam, Carl, and Debbie, with Debbie being the oldest at just 10. The only realistic suspects were Fiona, Lip, and Ian. Could it be Fiona's? Was she into guys who liked guys? Was Fiona a Fujoshi? That wouldn't be the strangest thing. Frank had known plenty of women like that in his past life, girls who were obsessed with BL boys' love. But the ones they liked were always soft, sweet, K-pop idol types, pretty boys with delicate features. Not jacked up beefcakes like the ones in this book. And even if it was Fiona's little, Adonis physique, why was it hidden in Lip and Ian's room? Fiona had her own bedroom. If it belonged to her, she'd have hidden it in her own space, not her brother's room. That didn't add up. If it wasn't Fiona's, then whose was it? Veronica's. Frank thought for a moment. But he quickly dismissed the idea. Veronica was as bold as they came. If she liked guys who liked guys, she'd leave that book right out in the open on the living room table. And considering how close Kevin and Veronica were, they were the type to do anything for each other. Frank even knew they'd experimented with some very non-traditional stuff, like Veronica putting on a toy and doing things to Kevin. Yeah, they'd definitely done that. If Veronica was into gay stuff, Kevin wouldn't mind. So there'd be no need for her to hide anything, let alone in someone else's house. That left only one possibility. This little, Adonis physique, book belonged to one of the two boys living in this room. Which meant, one of the brothers was into men. A straight guy wouldn't be hiding this kind of book. Lips. Or Ian's. Frank frowned, still holding the little, Adonis physique, as he fell deep into thought. Lips always with Karen. They've got a thing going on. And besides her, I think he's got a couple of other girls at school. So probably not him. Ian's. But Ian has a girlfriend. He's even brought her home a few times. That Milkovich girl, Mickey's sister. Mandy, I think her name was. No matter how hard Frank tried, he just couldn't figure it out. Both Lip and Ian had girlfriends. Neither of them ever showed signs of being into guys. Frank, cough cough. Just then, John's voice called out. He had spoken too loudly and aggravated his injury, which made him cough twice from the pain. Frank snapped out of his daze. There were more pressing things to worry about than which one of his sons might be gay, like the damn shapeshifter on the loose. He quickly shoved the Adonis physique book back behind the shelf and left the room. Did you find the notebook? John asked. Not yet, Frank replied. But I've got a good idea who took it. My second youngest. He should be home from school soon. Just then, Dean returned. Frank followed Dean outside, and was immediately impressed by the car parked in front of the house. A black Chevrolet Impala, muscular, classic, and absolutely badass. A vintage model. Some might call it a relic, but Frank thought it was art. "Hey, over here," Dean called with a tilt of his head. Frank walked around to the back of the car with him. The trunk opened. At first glance, it looked empty, until Ian pulled up the floor mat, revealing a secret compartment underneath. "Holy tea," Frank inhaled sharply. Inside the compartment was an arsenal. Pistols, shotguns, that was normal enough. But then there were crucifixes, hand axes, crossbows, wooden stakes. These weren't your run-of-the-mill weapons. These were monster hunter tools. "This is silver ammo," Dean said, pulling out a box of bullets and handing it to Frank. "Only way to kill a shapeshifter." He then took out a handgun, tested the safety, and tucked it into the back of his waistband. Then he drew a silver dagger and strapped it to his leg. For hunters like Dean, firearms were humanity's greatest invention. With the right bullets, most monsters could be killed. Frank, John, and Dean spent some time going over the plan to kill the shapeshifter. John still hadn't recovered from his wounds. After eating something and taking his medication, he dozed off into a deep sleep. "Worried about your dad?" Frank asked, handing Dean a cold beer from the fridge. "No, he's had worse." "This is nothing," Dean replied, taking the beer. "So you're worried about the hunt," Frank guessed. Dean didn't say anything, but the silence was answer enough. "This is your first solo job, right? No backup from your dad. Totally normal to be nervous, it's a damn monster we're talking about. You've got a brother too, right? Sam, wasn't it? He's in school." "High school," Dean replied after taking a sip. "My kids are in high school too." "How's your brother doing in class?" "Don't know." Dean's tone turned stiff. Clearly, he didn't want to talk about his brother. Frank could tell Dean had some complicated feelings about Sam. Dean looked like he was only in his early 20s. Around the same age as Fiona. Maybe 2 or 3 years older, tops. In a normal family, a guy his age should be in college. To Frank, Dean and Fiona were both still just kids, and it wasn't hard to read Dean's emotions. Frank could guess what was going through his mind. It made sense. Dean had been hunting monsters with John for years. Facing death, fighting the unnatural. Meanwhile, his brother Sam was off living a normal, peaceful life, school, friends, maybe even a girlfriend. Anyone would feel bitter. Unfair, even. Frank was sure that deep down, Dean thought Sam had abandoned them by choosing school over the family business. "So, when did you and your dad start hunting monsters?" Little by little, Frank got Dean talking. At first, Dean didn't say much, but with Frank's persistence and charm, he slowly opened up. Eventually, Frank learned why John and Dean hunted monsters in the first place. When Dean and Sam were little, a monster had killed their mother. John, devastated and desperate for revenge, had become a hunter, and dragged his sons along the same path. But after all these years, the monster that took his wife was still out there. After finishing his beer, Dean left. The plan was simple. Bait the trap. The shapeshifter wanted Frank, so Frank would act as the lure. Dean would hide nearby, ready to strike. / Opening parenthesis. Chapter 51, The Wedding. Frank was to act as bait. As soon as the shapeshifter appeared, ready to attack, Dean would seize the opportunity to ambush and eliminate it. The plan was simple and direct, but effective. As the saying goes, it doesn't matter if the cat is black or white, as long as it catches mice. Thus, Frank and Dean needed to operate separately. Frank had to be alone to give the shapeshifter a chance to strike. After Dean left, Frank headed to Sheila's house. The shapeshifter had impersonated Officer Eddie to try to kill him, so Sheila's home might also be at risk. "Frank, I can leave the house now. I went outside," Sheila exclaimed as Frank entered, rushing to hug him. "What happened to your face?" Frank immediately noticed the swelling on Sheila's left cheek. "That jerk hit my mom. If he dares come back, I'll kill him." Karen fumed from the living room, where several freshly sharpened kitchen knives lay on the table, their blades glinting under the lights. After calming Sheila, Frank learned about the previous night's visit from Officer Eddie. It was certainly the shapeshifter. Frank realized from the timeline that it had gone to Sheila's before it came for him. This realization sent a shiver down his spine. Had the shapeshifter intended to harm Sheila and Karen, they wouldn't have survived. Fortunately, the fact that the shapeshifter hadn't harmed them indicated it was only after Frank. Sheila and Karen were safe for now. Forget about Eddie, Frank. Did you know? I went outside yesterday, which means I can attend today's wedding. Look at the dress I made. Sheila excitedly displayed a floral dress. It's beautiful, Frank complimented. Now, stop frowning. You'll get wrinkles. If I see him again, I'll teach him a lesson, Frank assured Karen, sitting beside her and ruffling her hair. But it's so frustrating. He never hit anyone before, yet he hit Mom, Karen said, leaning on Frank's shoulder. Today, we're all going to a wedding. Let's not dwell on unpleasant things. Today will be perfect, wonderful, safe, and sunny. I can almost hear the church bells, Sheila said. Oh, I made something for you too. Try it on, Sheila urged, pulling Frank up. By noon, Lip arrived at Sheila's house, dressed in a suit. You're here, Lip said upon seeing Frank. My eldest son. You look handsome. You should wear suits more often, Frank remarked, admiring Lip. Is Lip here? Karen asked, descending the stairs in a stunning black dress. Wow, you look amazing, Lip said, impressed. Wait for me, I'm ready too, Sheila said excitedly. Sheila, you're coming too? Lip asked, surprised. I was able to leave the house yesterday, so I can today too, Sheila said. I've got my wallet, gifts, gloves, serotonin reuptake inhibitor, monoamine oxidase inhibitor, and my anti-anxiety disco biscuits. I'm prepared for anything. I managed to go out yesterday, so today will be fine too. Sheila encouraged herself, looking at her bag of medications. However, when she grasped the doorknob and pulled the door open, she froze, breathing heavily, and her body trembled slightly. Maybe you should stay, Mom. We'll bring you back some cake, Karen suggested. Thank you, sweetheart. I just remembered I have so much to do, Sheila said, closing the door and handing Karen the gift. It's okay, there are other ways to attend the wedding, like live streaming. We can keep a video call going, Frank suggested. Yes, a video call. Why didn't I think of that? Sheila and Karen brightened at the idea. Thanks to her recent experience with live streaming, Sheila was familiar with video calls and comfortable setting it up. Frank, Karen, and Lip left the house, with Karen holding the phone for the video call. Sheila stayed home, her eyes glued to the computer screen, her hands clenched with excitement, an unconventional way of attending the wedding. Thank you, Frank, Karen whispered as they walked. What about Veronica's brother? Frank asked Lip. Fiona and the others locked him in the bathroom. No worries about him causing trouble, Lip replied. Good, Frank nodded. While speaking, Frank kept a vigilant eye on their surroundings, wary of the shapeshifter's potential attack. Although John had mentioned that shapeshifters avoid drawing attention and wouldn't attack in public, Frank remained cautious. They arrived at the alibi bar. The wedding wasn't in a church but at the bar. Kevin and Veronica were unconventional and, since this was a fake wedding, going to a church would cost money. The bar was free, saving on venue costs. The bar was packed with people, many regulars, all there to celebrate with Kevin and Veronica. Fiona and others were present too. Frank scanned the crowd, alert to the possibility that the shapeshifter could have taken on someone else's appearance to blend in. Hey, Frank. I ran into Officer Eddie today. He's looking for you. I heard about the Purity Ball incident and sent him away. He seemed off. Be careful and avoid him, Kevin whispered, pulling Frank aside. I know, thanks, Frank said, his heart racing. The shapeshifter wasn't done with him yet. However, Kevin's information suggested the shapeshifter was still using Eddie's form, which was somewhat reassuring. May the trivialities of daily life not burden you with endless anxiety. May the pursuit of wealth not dominate your life. May your heart always strive for the original vision of living carefree in paradise. Amen, the priest said. Though the wedding wasn't in a church, a priest was still needed to officiate. Amen, the crowd echoed. You may kiss your bride now, the priest announced with a smile. As Kevin and Veronica embraced, the bar erupted in cheers and laughter. End of chapter. Chapter 52, Ambush. With the vows exchanged, the wedding shifted into full celebration mode. Energetic music blasted through the venue as guests danced and drank with abandon. At most weddings, the bride tosses a bouquet. But not this one. To wild cheers, Kevin crawled under Veronica's dress and, using only his mouth, pulled off a white lace thong and tossed it into the crowd like a bouquet. The guests scrambled for it, roaring with laughter. "Oh, sweetheart, I'm so proud of you. This is from your father," Veronica's mother said, handing a sealed envelope to the newlyweds. "Thank you, Mom," Veronica replied, taking the envelope and opening it immediately, eager to see the inheritance her father had left. "Just $500. Are you kidding me?" she blurted out, shocked by the small amount. I didn't know how much was in there," her mother said awkwardly. $500 couldn't buy them a bathroom, let alone a house. 2 nice dinners and the money would be gone. .. Meanwhile, at the bar, Dean mingled inconspicuously with the crowd. Spotting Fiona, his eyes lit up, and he made his move. "Why isn't he here yet?" Fiona murmured, checking the time repeatedly, clearly waiting for someone. "Sorry I'm late." "Hey, that's my girl. She's taken," a voice interrupted. The door burst open, and Steve entered holding a cake. Spotting Dean flirting with Fiona, he marched over, cutting straight between them. "Who's this pretty boy?" Dean frowned. "You're late," Fiona said coldly, unimpressed. Steve tried to explain. "Cake's here," Frank shouted, grabbing the cake and interrupting Steve mid-sentence. He squeezed between Steve and Fiona, forcing them apart. Weddings were important. Shapeshifters were important. But letting some unreliable jerk near his precious daughter, that was unacceptable. With the chaos of the cake and the crowd rushing over, Fiona was pulled away by Veronica. .. Frank seized the moment and leaned close to Dean. "What are you doing here?" he asked in a low voice. "I'm protecting you. That shapeshifter might be hiding in the bar," Dean replied. "No, it's still impersonating Officer Eddie," Frank whispered back, sharing the intel he'd gathered. "And another thing, Fiona's my daughter. Stay away from her," Frank warned sternly. Steve wasn't good enough, and Dean, a monster hunter constantly in danger, was even worse. Frank had no intention of letting his daughter become a widow. Anyone wanting to get close to her had to go through him first. .. Gallagher's, "You're like family to me, let's take a group photo." Kevin called out. "Go ahead," Karen said, stepping aside. She thought Kevin meant just the Gallagher clan. But Frank pulled her back. I don't think I should," she said hesitantly. "You're one of us. You're my kid too," Frank said, ruffling her hair and pulling her to his side. He even helped angle her phone so Sheila's face was visible in the shot. Last time, when John took the family photo at Frank's house, Karen and Sheila weren't included. This time, it felt complete. Everyone was genuinely happy. No one objected to Karen being in the picture. "Tonight, we drink till we drop." Kevin raised his glass and shouted, kicking the party into its final gear. The celebration lasted until late into the night before guests finally started to trickle out. .. It's getting late. Lip, take Karen home, Frank said. "And you, Fiona, take the others," he added. Frank bid farewell to the rest, then wandered off alone, appearing drunk, staggering down the street and even stopping to vomit against a wall. The street was empty except for the occasional rumble of passing trains, their metallic screeches echoing. In the silence, a shadow appeared at the corner. In the fleeting light of a train, its pupils glowed pale and luminous, unnaturally so. "You," Frank gasped, terror in his eyes. He stumbled back and fell to the ground. "Frank," said the shapeshifter in Eddie's form, walking slowly toward him. What are you? Why Eddie's face? Why are you trying to kill me?" Frank stammered, shaking. "I have a principle," the shapeshifter replied. "I grant wishes." Eddie wished for his family to go back to how it used to be. And that happened to change the moment you showed up. So, to fulfill that wish, I have to kill you. My rule is simple. I kill, deliver the head to grant the wish, and then move on to the next target that catches my interest. After Eddie, I'll find someone new. But yesterday, I caught a whiff of your emotions, and they were delightful, it said, smiling creepily. So you're next. I'll grant your wish too. But to fulfill Eddie's wish, you still have to die first. A bit of a dilemma. So, any final wish before I kill you? Never mind. No need to say it, it continued before Frank could reply. Once I become you, I'll inherit your memories, and I'll know exactly what your deepest wish is. I'll line up your head next to his. //. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, the shapeshifter's expression changed. It dove behind a trash can just in time to dodge a hail of bullets. Dean burst onto the scene, gun drawn. Damn it, he cursed, seeing his shots miss the vital target. Bastard, the shapeshifter hissed, clutching its wounds. Despite dodging, it hadn't escaped unscathed. Bullets had pierced its left shoulder and leg. Silver bullets, it growled, feeling the searing pain. Silver wounds couldn't be healed. To recover, it would need to shed its skin entirely, and that would take time and energy. //. Bang, bang. Despite the pain, the shapeshifter fired back, forcing Dean into cover. Dean returned fire, methodically advancing toward the creature's hiding spot. He spotted the blood trail. It was hurt, badly. There was no way it could get far. He remembered what John had said earlier, they had to kill it. Letting it escape was not an option. Growing impatient, Dean pushed forward, gun trained on the last known position, but found only blood. No monster. Where the hell is it? He muttered, scanning with his flashlight and gun. Using the blood trail, he pressed on. Judging by how much it lost, the shapeshifter couldn't be far. Chapter 53, Murder. Although it was ambushed and injured, the shapeshifter didn't run. It possessed all of Eddie's memories. Born and raised in the South District, Eddie was intimately familiar with the area. Using that knowledge, the shapeshifter took advantage of the terrain to stealthily approach Dean. Dean only noticed the smell of blood hitting him from the side. Before he could react, the shapeshifter tackled him, sending his gun flying. Damn it! Dean reached for the silver dagger strapped to his thigh, but the shapeshifter pinned his arm to the ground and locked him in a joint hold. What the shapeshifter carried wasn't just Eddie's memories. No one knew how long it had lived, how many people it had become, or how many memories it had absorbed. It might have once been a boxer, a martial artist, maybe even a war veteran. Too many memories could drive anyone mad. Usually, the shapeshifter would forget the memories of its last form after transforming. But it retained useful ones, like combat skills, firearms training, and survival instincts. I can't move. Veins bulged on Dean's forehead as he struggled, but his body was completely restrained. He felt his arm being torn apart. Die, the shapeshifter snarled, yanking the silver dagger from Dean's grip and driving it down toward Dean's head. Hey, a voice suddenly shouted. Quote! Quote. The shapeshifter instinctively looked up, and was blinded by a beam of bright white light from a flashlight. In the dark alley, the sudden flash overwhelmed its vision. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out in rapid succession. Dean suddenly felt the crushing pressure disappear. The shapeshifter collapsed on top of him. Ha, ha. Dean pushed the creature off and gasped for breath. When he turned his head, he saw its chest soaked in blood. Dean, are you okay? Frank ran over. I'm fine, Dean replied as he got to his feet. Frank stared blankly at the shapeshifter's corpse, his hands trembling slightly. Though it was a monster, Frank had just killed someone. In his previous life, he'd lived in the city and had never even killed a chicken. Yet now, he'd taken a life. In the heat of the moment, he hadn't felt anything. But now that it was over, cold sweat beaded on his back. His limbs went numb. What's wrong? Dean asked, catching his breath. He crouched down, retrieved the silver dagger from the creature's limp hand, and glanced at Frank, who looked dazed. To Dean, this was nothing new. He'd grown up hunting demons with John. He had dozens, if not hundreds, of kills to his name. He'd personally decapitated countless vampires, dug up who knows how many graves. Death was routine for him. What do we do with it? Frank asked, snapping back to reality as he looked down at the body. Even after death, the shapeshifter retained Eddie's appearance. It didn't revert to any monstrous form. Even if a medical examiner dissected it, they'd find nothing unusual, just the corpse of Officer Eddie. I'll drive in a bit, Dean said. Who's there? A voice called from afar before he could finish. A beam of light was headed their way. Run. Dean and Frank's expressions changed instantly. They didn't hesitate, they bolted, leaving the body behind. The approaching figure turned out to be Officer Tony, who had also attended Kevin and Veronica's wedding. Since he had night duty, he hadn't drunk much. When he heard gunshots, he came to investigate. "Eddie!" Tony shouted, flashlight in one hand and gun in the other. When he saw the body, his pupils shrank in shock. He immediately radioed for backup and chased in the direction Dean and Frank had fled. But it was too late. They were gone. Back at their car, Frank panted, Ha, ha ha, did he see us? Probably not, Dean replied. Can he find clues from the body? Frank asked nervously. No, Dean shook his head after thinking for a moment. He won't. Good. You go back to the motel. I'll head home. We'll regroup and talk tomorrow, Frank said. They split up and returned to their homes. Back home, Frank was a mess. He chain-smoked cigarette after cigarette, his legs shaking uncontrollably. Every few minutes, he'd walk to the window to peer into the dark streets. When a police siren wailed in the distance, his heart nearly stopped, afraid they were coming for him. Hours passed. By early dawn, no one had come. Frank finally relaxed. It seemed Officer Tony hadn't recognized them. Tony didn't know Dean, but he did know Frank. If he'd seen their faces clearly, the police would already be knocking. The next day, life went on for everyone else as usual. Frank hadn't slept at all, not just because he feared getting caught, but also because he'd killed someone. He simply couldn't rest. When his kids woke up and noisily ate breakfast, watching them helped Frank calm down a bit. Carl. Frank suddenly remembered something and grabbed the boy, who was putting on his school bag. What? Carl asked. Did you sneak a notebook out of that pile of bloody clothes? Frank pulled Carl aside and whispered. No, Carl said, turning away. That reaction told Frank everything. The kid had definitely taken it, and wouldn't admit it. Frank snatched Carl's backpack and rummaged through it. Sure enough, he found a thick, blood-stained leather notebook. Flipping through it, he saw pages of monster info, photos, and even illustrations. Give it back, Carl protested, trying to grab it. Frank placed a firm hand on the boy's head and held him down. Carl was only 9, barely waist-high. Even if he jumped, he couldn't reach. This isn't something a kid should be looking at. What's this? Frank noticed something else in the bag. It was a notice from school, summoning a parent to discuss Carl's behavior. In other words, a disciplinary meeting. Carl had a reputation. At school, he was a little tyrant, always pulling harmless pranks, pinning classmates to the wall, yanking their underwear, slamming hands in lockers, spraying water at girls, overwatering the class plants, stuff like that. So he got called in a lot. What's that? Fiona asked. Teacher wants to meet with a parent. Frank handed her the letter. Carl, what did you do this time? Wait, this notice is from last week. Fiona raised her voice. The school's tone was serious. Carl could get expelled. Go to school. It's fine. I'll talk to the teacher. I won't let them expel him, Frank said, waving the boy off and reassuring Fiona. Eddie's dead, Lip suddenly exclaimed. Frank's attention snapped toward him. Chapter 54, The Real Officer Eddie. Frank turned his head to see Lip watching the news on TV, where Officer Eddie's face was prominently displayed. The news of Officer Eddie's murder had hit the airwaves, a major story since a police officer being killed is a serious matter. Frank quickly grabbed the remote to increase the volume, focusing on the report. The news confirmed Eddie's death and mentioned 2 suspects, though there were no actual photos, just silhouettes. A reward was offered for any information leading to their capture. Frank and Dean had left no evidence at the scene. The police found no clues on Eddie's body or in the dimly lit area without surveillance cameras. The only lead was from Tony, who had seen 2 figures near Eddie's body before they fled, leading the police to suspect 2 perpetrators. Despite the massive police effort to catch the culprits, Frank felt relieved. He and Dean were in the clear for now. When the kids left for school, Dean arrived at Frank's house. Frank, Dean, and John regrouped to discuss the events of the previous night. From what the shapeshifter said, Eddie might still be alive, hidden somewhere. We need to find him, Frank said. They decided to split up to search for the real Officer Eddie. John's robust constitution meant his injuries didn't hinder him, so he also joined the search. "Oh, and here's your notebook," Frank said, handing back the notebook he'd retrieved from Carl. "Thank you," John replied, opening it to touch a photo inside, a picture of a woman, likely his late wife. After leaving the house, Frank didn't immediately join the search. Instead, he went to Sheila's home. "Frank, why did this have to happen?" Sheila cried, hugging him tightly. The police had visited early to inform Sheila of Eddie's death. Despite her anger at Eddie for calling Karen a derogatory name, their relationship wasn't entirely devoid of feelings. They had shared a home and raised a child together for over a decade. Even a pet would foster attachment after so long, let alone a human being. 6 months ago, their marriage was still barely holding together, and the sudden news of Eddie's death was difficult for Sheila to process. In contrast, Karen appeared unfazed, even slightly relieved. The incident at the Purity Ball had filled her with hatred for Eddie. "Take good care of your mom," Frank said, comforting Sheila before leaving her room quietly. He had to find the real Eddie. "Frank, will you marry my mom?" Karen asked. If Frank married Sheila, Karen would become his legal daughter, albeit as an adopted one. I'm already married," Frank said, caught off guard by the question. "I know. Lip told me you married Monica, but she abandoned you and the kids," Karen said. "But we're still legally married." "We haven't divorced," Frank replied. "You could divorce and marry my mom." "There's no one stopping you now," Karen insisted. "That's not something you need to worry about. Take care of your mom," Frank said, ruffling Karen's hair before leaving. "Wait," Karen stopped him. "What is it?" Frank asked. "There's a parent-teacher meeting tonight," Karen said hesitantly. Parent-teacher meetings required a parent's presence. With Eddie dead and Sheila unable to leave the house, Karen felt uneasy. Her classmates' parents would be there, and she didn't want to be the only one without a parent present. "Don't worry, I'll go to the meeting," Frank assured her gently. Searching for Eddie only required checking a few locations, not scouring the entire city. The shapeshifter needed Eddie alive to lure Frank, so Eddie had to be nearby, probably in the south side where the shapeshifter operated. To ensure Eddie wasn't found, the shapeshifter would have hidden him in a secluded place. The south side was full of such spots, making the search challenging. By afternoon, Frank and the others found Eddie, cuffed but alive. Once free, Eddie, shivering in his coat, devoured a burger and hot dog. "Thank you, Frank," Eddie said sincerely, sipping a hot drink. He had feared he wouldn't survive. This must be the skin the shapeshifter shed when it transformed. John and Dean examined a puddle of viscous liquid resembling vomit, remnants of the shapeshifter's discarded disguise. Ears, eyebrows, and other features were faintly visible within. "What happened to the creature?" Eddie asked. "It's dead. I killed it," Frank said. "You killed it?" Eddie was stunned. "You should worry more about other things than that monster," Frank said. "I'm dead," Eddie exclaimed, stunned as he watched the news on a TV in the fast food joint. The media had already reported Eddie's death, declaring him a fallen officer, a hero who died in the line of duty. His identity had even been removed from official records. Chapter 55, The Parent-Teacher Meeting. Although the real Officer Eddie had been rescued, he had effectively become a ghost. He couldn't reappear in public. After all, the shapeshifter that had impersonated him left behind a corpse that was still lying in the morgue. That corpse looked exactly like him, same fingerprints, pupils, and even DNA. If Eddie were to suddenly show up, there would be 2 identical Officer Eddies. It would be like the real versus fake Sun Wukong dilemma. Who would believe the truth? Even if Eddie tried to explain that a monster had taken his place, no one would buy it. It was beyond reasonable belief and could even drag Frank, John, and Dean into trouble. //. So what are you planning to do now? You can't go home anymore, Frank asked. How are Sheila and Karen? Eddie asked. Sheila's devastated. Cried so much her eyes are swollen. Karen is also kind of sad, Frank said, lying through his teeth. In truth, Karen was so thrilled she nearly threw a party. Sigh. Eddie let out a deep breath. Then he asked, what exactly was that thing? Frank and John gave him a crash course on hunters and monsters. There are so many terrifying creatures in this world. Eddie's hands trembled as he looked at John's notebook filled with detailed entries on monsters. Frank turned to John and asked, got any ideas for him? While glancing at Eddie, who was sitting a short distance away. I can forge a new identity for him, John said, but he can't be a cop anymore. He can live as a regular civilian, but he has to be careful not to expose himself. Staying in Chicago is a bad idea. Best to move out of state, or even go abroad. Frank passed this along to Eddie. Can I go with you guys? Eddie asked, hesitating as he looked at John and Dean. What? Everyone was stunned. I want to become a hunter. My family doesn't need me anymore. They even announced I was dead. In a way, it's a kind of liberation. Everything I've gone through, maybe it was God's test for me, to show me the truth of this world. I want a fresh start. From now on, I'll hunt these monsters in the name of God. Frank looked to John. What do you think? John frowned, clearly hesitant. He didn't want to babysit a complete novice. But then, again, Frank had saved his life. And Eddie was an experienced cop, far better equipped than the average civilian. I can take him for a while, John finally said. But if you want to follow us and become a hunter, you'd better be ready. One day, you might die at the hands of a monster. I've already died once. This life was given to me by God. And if I die fighting monsters, then God will surely welcome me into heaven, Eddie said. No, Frank thought to himself, this life was saved by us. If we hadn't found you, you'd have frozen or starved to death. God had nothing to do with it. Let's head out soon. I found another strange case, it could be related to a monster, John said. The shapeshifter was dealt with, time to hunt the next target. That's the life of a hunter, either hunting demons or on the road to the next one, right up until death. So soon. Can we stay one more day? Eddie asked, wanting to see his home one last time. John wasn't heartless and agreed to wait a day. Later, Frank and Eddie stood outside Sheila's house. They stared at it from a distance. You can't go in. Just take one last look, Frank said. Eddie's expression was filled with melancholy. By the way, there's a parent-teacher conference today. You can come with me, but make sure no one sees you, Frank said. All right, Eddie nodded. Frank wasn't just attending Karen's conference today, he also planned to meet Carl's teacher. He put on Eddie's suit to look more formal for the occasion. Hi, I'm Carl's father, Frank said as he approached the teacher in charge of Carl's class. You're Carl's dad. Hold on. Hey, where's that paper model? A black male teacher asked. Here it is, Mr. Monroe. A female teacher crouched down and retrieved a paper model from under a cabinet. In class, the kids can make paper models of things they like. Take a look, this one's Carl's, she said. Frank examined the model. It looked like a coiled pile of poop. This is a mountain, right? Carl has always loved mountains, haha. Frank bluffed. Nope. That's a giant paper turd, said Mr. Monroe. You must be mistaken. Clearly, Frank tried to argue. No, that's exactly what it is. Carl said so himself, the female teacher confirmed. From his art, we can glimpse Carl's future. A very bleak one, Monroe said grimly. You Gallaghers. I've seen plenty of your kids at this school, but I've never met one of their parents until today. Quite the honor. Most of your other kids aren't as rowdy as Carl. I have a lot to discuss. Come to my office, Monroe said. Sorry I'm late. I'm Carl's sister, Fiona rushed in just as Frank was following Monroe to the office. Frank. She was shocked. She hadn't expected Frank to actually show up. From Fiona's school days to her dropping out to work, she had never once seen Frank attend a single parent-teacher meeting. Not once, for Lip, Ian, Debbie, or Carl. Whenever she brought up meetings, Frank would act like just entering a school building would kill him. The guy practically had a phobia. This morning, although Frank said he'd go, Fiona was deeply worried he'd flake. After all, Carl's academic future was on the line. So, the moment her shift ended, she rushed to the school. Then come in with us, Mr. Monroe said. /. Frank and Fiona entered the office, and the female teacher went to fetch Carl. Carl is on the verge of being expelled. Unfortunately, before that can happen, there are official procedures to follow, like meeting his legal guardian, Mr. Monroe said. This must be some kind of mistake, Fiona said quickly. Carl loves school. He prefers it to being at home. /. Chapter 56, A Rocky Path. He likes school. More like he enjoys bullying other kids there. Honestly, I think Carl needs medication or even a frontal lobotomy to protect other children from living in fear of his bullying. It might even save a few lives down the road, Mr. Monroe, the teacher, remarked. That's a bit extreme, don't you think? Frank frowned. No parent would be pleased to hear such criticism of their child. Sorry, I went too far, Mr. Monroe admitted. But Carl has caused so much trouble. Have you seen his report card? It has 7 U's on it. U? Fiona asked, puzzled. In Western schools, grades are usually represented by letters like A or A+, with F being the lowest, essentially a failing grade. U was unheard of. To put it simply, U is worse than F. It's beyond failing, it's downright abysmal. I'm not a religious man, but sometimes a kid like Carl makes me believe in the existence of Satan, Mr. Monroe said, pulling out a stack of documents from his drawer. The documents detailed Carl's pranks at school, bullying, extorting money, you name it. He had caused countless students trauma, leading several to drop out. Frank skimmed through the documents, frowning and feeling a headache coming on. As parents, you need to take action. If he continues down this path, he's destined to become a criminal. We can't handle him. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if one day he walked into school with a gun and went on a rampage. The sooner he ends up in jail, the safer the world will be, Mr. Monroe said. Boys go through phases where they like to cause trouble. It's annoying but normal, Frank replied. But Carl's behavior goes beyond mischief, Mr. Monroe insisted, tapping the desk. Let's step outside and talk this over calmly, without discussing Carl for a moment, Frank suggested. Fiona, stay here and keep an eye on Carl. We need some privacy, Frank said, stopping Fiona from following him. Outside Mr. Monroe's office, Officer Eddie, wearing a mask, sunglasses, and a cap, waited nearby. Frank signaled him to wait a bit longer. Want a smoke? Frank asked, leading Mr. Monroe to a secluded corner of the school. He pulled out a small sealed bag, offering 2 marijuana joints. Mr. Monroe hesitated but eventually took one after Frank lit up, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Mr. Monroe's eyes brightened as he inhaled. Teaching at a public school is tough, huh? So many problem students, endless issues, Frank sympathized. If it weren't for the pension, I wouldn't stick around this dump. In my youth, I never imagined I'd be a teacher. But I'm close to the end of the tunnel, Mr. Monroe replied. Everyone has a past. I heard you were quite wild back in the day, even part of a band, Frank said. Yeah, the Grateful Dead. No one remembers them now. The summer of '79 was the best time of my life, traveling the Midwest with the band, selling cheese sandwiches at parking lots to get by, Mr. Monroe reminisced. Yeah, the Grateful Dead. I've heard their music. It always gets the crowd going, Frank nodded. The music was loud, but the female fans were just looking for a new thrill with some big guys, Mr. Monroe laughed. Honestly, I never enjoyed being chased so much. There was this one girl from Skidmore who made me feel like I had an ocean inside me, Mr. Monroe said, sharing a knowing smile. Maybe it was the weed, or the privacy of the moment, but Mr. Monroe opened up about his wild youth. Frank listened, encouraging the lively conversation. This stuff is really good, Mr. Monroe said, taking a deep drag. Don't worry, we'll straighten Carl out. He won't be a problem for you, Frank promised, seeing Mr. Monroe in a better mood. Thanks for the smoke, but I don't want to lose my pension over some punk. It's my only reason for staying here, Mr. Monroe reminded. Don't worry, I've got connections for high-quality stuff. I can set you up with a good deal, only for you, Frank said, patting Mr. Monroe's shoulder. You mean a teacher's discount? Mr. Monroe raised an eyebrow. Exactly. Teachers are hard-working gardeners, after all, Frank replied. They both laughed heartily. Let's forget about this for now, but remember, it won't happen again, Mr. Monroe said as they returned to the office, ruffling Carl's hair more kindly. Let's go, Frank said, leading Fiona and Carl out. Dad, how did you do that? Fiona asked, astonished. Simple. I told you, I can handle these little matters, Frank chuckled. As Frank and Fiona chatted, Officer Eddie approached. Who is that? Fiona asked, wary of the stranger. He's a friend. I have other matters to attend to. Karen's parent-teacher meeting, Frank explained. You're attending as Karen's parent. Fiona frowned. You know Karen's situation at home, Frank said. Right, with what happened to Officer Eddie, Fiona recalled. Hearing people talk about his death made Officer Eddie, hidden behind his mask, feel conflicted. Frank arrived early for the meeting before other parents. Frank. Karen greeted him with excitement but paused when she saw Fiona and the others. Chapter 57, An Unfit Father. You're Karen's father, right? The teacher greeted Frank warmly. Yes, thank you for taking care of Karen at school, Frank said, shaking the teacher's hand with practiced politeness. It was clear the teacher had never met Officer Eddie and mistook Frank for Karen's biological father. Just like the old Frank, Eddie had never once shown up at school, no wonder the teacher didn't recognize him. And these are? The teacher asked, glancing at Fiona and the others. Oh, these are my kids too, Fiona and Carl. Karen's big sister and little brother, Frank replied casually. Oh, really? I didn't know Karen had siblings, the teacher said without suspicion. Fiona instinctively wanted to explain, but considering Karen's situation, she kept quiet. She's not my. Carl started to speak but was quickly silenced by Frank, who covered his mouth. Be good, and I'll read you a monster story tonight, Frank whispered. From the notebook Monsters. Carl's eyes lit up. Yep, Frank nodded. Sorry about that. Carl's a bit moody today, got called in by his teacher earlier. He's just upset over some family stuff. Come on, Carl, say, sister. Frank nudged him. Sister, Carl muttered. This is a friend of mine. Just came along to keep me company, Frank said, gesturing briefly to Officer Eddie, offering no further details. Thanks, Dad, Karen said sweetly, hugging Frank's arm and flashing a grateful smile. As she did, she glanced curiously at Eddie, who was disguised as a passerby. Even with sunglasses on, she could feel his eyes on her. Ahem. Maybe wait outside for now, Frank said to Eddie, who was drawing too much attention. Eddie hesitated but eventually left the classroom, choosing instead to listen in from the hallway. You should be very proud of your daughter, the teacher said. She's bright, poised, energetic, imaginative, and has a rich vocabulary. If she keeps this up, she can definitely get into a top university, her future is limitless. The teacher's praise was effusive and sincere. It was obvious she truly believed in Karen's potential. Karen had great rapport with her classmates, and her grades were stellar. With Lip, the family's academic star, tutoring her almost daily, she ranked among the top students in her grade. As far as the teacher was concerned, Karen was as close to perfect as a student could be. Her personal life didn't concern the teacher much. As long as Karen wasn't pregnant or dropping out, she was a good kid. Frankly, compared to some of the other girls at school, who were often seen in the bathroom holding babies or pushing strollers, Karen's private life was squeaky clean. Hey, keep going, say more nice things, Frank said, pulling out a camcorder and pointing it at the teacher. What's this for? The teacher asked, puzzled. It's for Karen's mom. She couldn't be here due to circumstances. But she really wants to know how Karen's doing in school. Thanks for helping us out, Frank explained. Oh, I see. The teacher smiled and gladly repeated more glowing comments for the camera. After chatting for a while, other parents began to arrive, and the formal parent-teacher conference started. During the session, Karen was singled out for praise once again, making Frank feel proud. His presence had actually made a difference. Frank experienced both ends of the emotional spectrum that day. With Carl, he was nearly kicked out of the school, scolded harshly by the teacher. With Karen, he was showered with compliments and admiration. "You need to learn from your sister," Frank said, ruffling Carl's hair. "If one day your teacher brags about you the way Karen's teacher brags about her, I could die with a smile on my face." Fiona didn't react much, but Karen, who had been beaming with joy, suddenly looked a little sad when she heard Frank's words, like something had just occurred to her. "It's getting late. You take Carl home, I'll walk Karen back," Frank told Fiona outside the school gates. Handing the DV tape to Karen, he said, "Give this to your mom. It might lift her spirits. People are gone when they're gone, but this might help her find peace." "Thanks, Dad. Compared to that old bastard, you're way more like a real father," Karen said, hugging Frank tightly. Her eyes were red. "All right, no tears. You're gonna smear your makeup, my sweet, smart, beautiful Karen," Frank said gently, patting her back. After watching Karen go inside, Eddie finally stepped out from the shadows and walked over. "Anything you want to say now?" Frank asked him. "I really haven't been a good father," Eddie replied, staring at the house with a complicated expression. Because of the nature of his job, Eddie was rarely home and never got involved with school matters. On his days off, he either went fishing or attended church. He thought he loved Karen, but today he realized that his so-called love had been shallow. He'd always held prejudice against her, never truly tried to understand or even see her for who she really was. The Karen the teacher described felt like a stranger, so different from the girl he once called a slut during the purity ball debacle that destroyed their relationship. Remembering that night, he was filled with regret. But now, it was too late to fix anything. "Please take care of Karen from now on," Eddie said to Frank. Just like Karen had said, compared to her biological father, Frank felt far more like the real thing. "I'll do my best," Frank replied. He couldn't promise more. After all, he had cancer and no idea how much time he had left. After talking with Frank for a bit, Eddie turned and walked away. His final wish fulfilled, he was ready to join John and Dean as a trainee hunter. Back at home, Sheila lay in bed, clutching Karen tightly as they watched the DV tape. She caressed her daughter's shoulders and kissed her hair, tears in her eyes, overwhelmed with pride. Seeing her mom watch the video again and again, Karen quietly left the room and returned to her own. She picked up a book from her desk. Its cover was titled with information about cancer. Chapter 58, The Funeral. After Officer Eddie left, Frank returned home, only to be immediately approached by Carl with a book. "We'll read the book later, but first, we need to talk about your behavior at school," Frank said. He gathered Fiona, Lip, and Ian to have a family discussion with Carl. "Carl, we're serious. This is a big issue. You need to stop biting, hitting, and hurting others. Control yourself," they collectively urged. "So how do I make them cry instead?" Carl asked. This left Frank momentarily speechless. "Spread rumors, slander them, turn them against each other," Lip suggested. Frank gave Lip a look, thinking it was inappropriate to instill such ideas in a child. "How about this, we'll get you some pads and skates so you can play hockey. You can vent your energy there. It's more aggressive than football, but you won't get in trouble, you'll get cheers instead," Lip proposed. "I can teach you some kung fu or jiu-jitsu. Remember when I broke Kyle's leg? It took 3 pins to fix it," Ian added. Jiu-jitsu and joint techniques are good ways to restrain children from violence, painful but not too harmful. Everyone contributed their ideas. "Okay," Carl finally agreed, seeing everyone's determination. Carl had many flaws, but he was firm on his promises. If he agreed, he would do it and control his actions. Of course, expecting him to completely change and never bully again was unrealistic. But he would tone it down, avoiding anything severe enough to cause expulsion. "All right, enough of the unpleasant topics. Dad's going to read you a story now," Frank said, sitting on the couch with Carl on his lap. Debbie joined, holding Liam. The next morning, Frank dressed formally for Officer Eddie's funeral. Although Eddie was off-duty when murdered, the circumstances, including the complex environment of the South Side, led to it being classified as a line-of-duty death. Police carried the flag-draped casket, and there were ceremonial guns. Eddie, being a devout Christian, had many fellow believers in attendance for prayers. Typically, family members are present at funerals, but Sheila couldn't leave the house, and Karen held only hatred for Eddie. Thus, no immediate family attended, only distant relatives. As the casket was lowered, attendees said their final words and threw a handful of dirt into the grave as a farewell. Frank didn't approach, knowing the casket contained a monster's remains, not Eddie's. The real Eddie wasn't at the funeral. Early that morning, he left Chicago with John and Dean, without a word, taking Gingy's bones with them, as they had ways to handle unidentified remains. The funeral concluded in under an hour. Afterwards, Frank visited Sheila. She had moved past the grief of Eddie's death, engrossed in watching Karen's praise at the parent-teacher meeting replayed on TV. "That's my daughter's teacher," Sheila said while live streaming, interacting with her audience. "She's watched it over a dozen times," Karen told Frank. "Look, that's my precious girl," Sheila said, pointing the camera at Karen. "Mom," Karen said, shyly avoiding the camera. "She's so pretty and sweet," read the scrolling compliments on the screen. Seeing Sheila moving forward, Frank felt relieved. After the funeral, Karen visited Eddie's grave alone. Seeing no one around, she crouched and relieved herself on the headstone. F******U. She spat, flipping the bird at the grave before walking away, feeling some satisfaction. However, matters concerning Eddie weren't over. As a full-time officer with years of service, Eddie's death entitled his family to government benefits, insurance, pension, and inheritance. Handling these financial matters required legal contact, paperwork, and documentation. With Sheila unable to leave home and Karen not yet an adult, they needed a responsible figure to manage these affairs. Normally, distant relatives or a proxy lawyer could handle the inheritance, but Karen mistrusted the relatives. Uncles and aunts seizing family assets is common worldwide. Given the substantial money involved, Eddie's years of service and line-of-duty death meant considerable benefits. Even middle-class families would covet such funds, let alone poorer ones, and many would exploit a vulnerable widow and her child. Hiring a lawyer is costly, with fees often charged by the hour. Therefore, Karen preferred Frank, who had no blood relation, to manage the inheritance. Sheila agreed. Frank handled the inheritance but involved Karen in every step, ensuring she knew the amounts and flow of money. Money tempts, and Frank's family was struggling financially. The sight of such sums, coupled with Frank's subconscious influence, stirred thoughts of taking it all. He rationalized it. He had no ties to Sheila or Karen, and Fiona and the others were his real family. The money would be better spent on them, he thought. Such thoughts were Frank's subconscious at work. Frank involved Karen in the process to educate her about the family's finances and keep himself in check, fearing he might lose control. Chapter 59, Calling in Reinforcements. Officer Eddie might not have managed his family well, but he was a responsible man. This was evident from how he chose to live in the basement instead of moving out, prioritizing his family. If Eddie had moved out and stopped supporting Sheila and Karen, he could have lived comfortably. Instead, he spent most of his money on his family, paying Karen's school fees, leaving him no choice but to stay in the basement. Eddie's insurance beneficiaries were listed as Karen, reflecting his love for his child and simplifying the inheritance process for Frank and the others, avoiding unnecessary complications. With so many types of paperwork, plus contacting the pension company and dealing with taxes, Frank said, overwhelmed by the forms covering the table. "If we don't want these companies and lawyers to take advantage of us, we'll need a professional accountant." Lip and Karen agreed, both looking equally frustrated. "Take a break and have some snacks," Sheila offered, bringing over freshly baked cupcakes. Hiring a professional accountant costs a lot, and for handling family inheritance taxes, it might not be worth it, they discussed. "Wait, I might know someone who can help," Frank suddenly remembered and made a call. In less than half an hour, the doorbell rang. "Did you order takeout?" Frank asked as he went to open the door. Standing outside was a tall, Russian beauty, Svetlana, the escort Frank met at Kevin's bachelor party. She seemed surprised to see Frank. As Frank invited Svetlana inside, he didn't notice her unbuttoning her down coat as she walked in. Moments later, Frank saw Lip's shocked expression, Karen's amused look, and Sheila's startled cry as she dropped the tray she was holding. "What happened?" Frank asked, turning to see Svetlana had opened her coat, revealing she wore nothing underneath, not even underwear. She had just thrown on a coat over her bare skin to come over, bold and unabashed. "What are you doing? Put your clothes back on." Frank quickly zipped up Svetlana's coat. "Weren't you calling for a service? It costs extra for more people, but I can give you a discount if there are other girls," Svetlana said, unfazed by the situation. Svetlana was an escort and part-time stripper, experienced in her line of work, servicing both men and women. Frank had called her over, and she assumed it was for a service call. After a quick explanation, Frank clarified that he needed her help with inheritance taxes, not anything else. "For something like that, make sure the payment is good," Svetlana said. Her service fees were hourly, with overnight rates being different. "Of course," Frank said, pulling out a chair for her. With the table covered in forms and statements, Svetlana reached into her coat, pulled out a glasses case, and put on a pair of glasses, exuding an unexpected intellectual aura. The tax forms, inheritance, insurance payouts, and other financial details that had overwhelmed Frank and the others were quickly sorted and categorized by Svetlana. Using a calculator and jotting notes with a pencil, Svetlana efficiently calculated the amounts, devised payment plans, and found ways to save money and minimize taxes. "All done. Pay up," she said, handing Frank several sheets of paper and holding out her hand after checking the time. "Thank you," Frank said, handing over the money. "This was easy money. If you need more help like this, call me," Svetlana said, counting the cash. "You overpaid. It was 2.5 hours, but you paid for 3, Svetlana noted. "Consider the extra as a tip," Frank replied. Svetlana had been a great help. Sorting out the chaotic paperwork was a daunting task, and hiring a professional accountant would have been much more expensive than hiring an escort. After all, accounting is a skilled profession, while escort work, though it requires some skill, is more physical. Hiring a cheap escort from the South Side was far more economical than a professional accountant. For Svetlana, it was also a win. She didn't have to engage in physical services, just some number crunching, making this easy money almost too easy. "Then I'll take it at the 3-hour rate. Since the accounting is done, we still have half an hour. Want to do something fun? I'm really good at what I do. Even if you all join in, I can handle it in half an hour," Svetlana offered, making a suggestive gesture. "No need. No need." Frank quickly declined, seeing Lip and the others' expressions. "Really? At the bachelor party, you tried?" Svetlana began. "I'll show her out." Frank quickly ushered Svetlana out, concerned that more talk would ruin his hard-earned reputation. "Thanks again, really. You should consider studying accounting and getting certified. You wouldn't have to do this kind of work anymore," Frank said as he escorted her out. "I'm undocumented. If I get exposed, I'll be deported to Russia. Besides, even Indian PhDs drive cabs to make ends meet in America. See you," Svetlana replied, lighting a cigarette and waving as she left. Once all the forms were sent and submitted, Officer Eddie's inheritance was finally settled. His estate was sufficient for Sheila and Karen's living expenses and even covered Karen's college tuition. However, Karen seemed hesitant about college, as it would mean living away from home, leaving Sheila alone. Sheila's agoraphobia made her unable to leave the house. Karen is an exceptional girl, very smart. Her future is limitless. She'll grow into a confident, successful woman, a pride of the South Side. Frank and Sheila watched the parent-teacher conference recording on TV. Chapter 60. Who is it, really? Karen is going to make it. She's that kind of amazing kid. But Frank, what can I even do to help her become the kind of lady she dreams of being? I can't even walk out of this house. She's not going to college because of me. If this keeps up, I'll end up trapping her here with me, never letting her see the world. I wanted to take her to see the sunset, the forests, the Grand Canyon. This world, my life, the people around me, everything is changing quietly, and I'm missing it all. I couldn't even go to my precious daughter's parent-teacher conference. Why am I so pathetic? Watching the video, Sheila was overwhelmed. Her emotions were raw and sorrowful, tears streaming down her cheeks. Karen growing up had already stirred complex feelings in her. Now, with Officer Eddie's death, she felt the weight of life's impermanence more than ever, and she could barely hold it together. "Hey," Frank said gently, "things don't stay the same forever. Everything's going to get better. Karen won't stay trapped in this house. She will go to college. She'll make friends, have her own social circle. One day, she'll get married and have kids of her own. And you, one day, will walk out that front door, without hesitation, without fear. You'll go to her graduation. You'll see her dance with boys at the prom. You'll see those boys fight over her. You'll be there at her wedding." Sheila's sadness slowly melted into a smile as Frank spoke, painting a future she could almost believe in. "Oh, Frank," she said softly, leaning against his shoulder, a warm, content expression replacing her grief. "So," Frank continued, "you can't let a little fear beat you. You've already walked out of this house once. If you did it once, you can do it again. You just need to find that same resolve. Karen's holding back from college because she's worried about you. So you can't let her keep worrying. You've got to fight your fear. If you can start going out again, she'll have the peace of mind to chase her own future. You're right. I can't drag Karen down with me. I have to change," Sheila said, determination sparking in her eyes. "Frank, thank you. Thank you for being my guiding light. I don't even want to imagine what I'd have become if you hadn't been here through all of this," she said, pressing closer to him. "Everything's going to be okay," Frank said, patting her gently on the shoulder. That night, Sheila flushed all her medication down the toilet, her way of showing her resolve to start over. With the matter of the shapeshifter and Officer Eddie resolved, Sheila and Karen's situation had reached a calm, if temporary, conclusion. Now, Frank could finally turn his attention back to his own home. He hadn't forgotten what he'd found in Lip and Ian's room, that hypermasculine comic book titled Adonis Physique. But of course, you can't just ask someone directly if they're gay, especially not your own kid. Frank had to find another way to figure it out. "Hey Karen, what's Lip like at school? Does he have any really close guy friends?" Frank asked casually. Karen, being Lip's GF, probably knew him best. No one spent more time with him. "Lip, close guy friends? Not really. It's not so much that he has lots of friends, it's more like he has lots of clients. Just yesterday I even helped him get a paper writing gig." "No especially close male friends?" Frank asked, trying to probe further. No, not really," Karen replied after thinking about it. "What about, when you two were, doing stuff, did he have any unusual kinks?" Frank asked, blushing with embarrassment halfway through his sentence. "Unusual kinks?" Karen tilted her head, thinking. "Not really. Lip's kind of a traditionalist when it comes to sex." Frank was red in the face, but Karen wasn't fazed at all. Given her blunt honesty at the Purity Ball, it was clear Karen had seen and done a lot, definitely not a sheltered girl. "Well, guess that rules out Lip, which only leaves Ian," Frank muttered to himself after their conversation. As if on cue, Ian walked through the door just then. He wasn't alone, his girlfriend, a flashy-looking girl, was with him. "Heya, Frank, Tilda." The girl greeted cheerfully before heading upstairs with Ian. Yes, Ian had a girlfriend now, Mandy from the Milkovich family. Their relationship had a rocky start. Mandy once accused Ian of insulting her, and her brother Mickey had hunted Ian down with his gang, ready to beat him up in revenge. Frank had to fire a gun in the air to scare them off. That incident had actually improved Frank and Ian's relationship quite a bit. Not long after, Ian and Mandy had somehow become a couple, and now they were often seen together. Frank had met her a few times. To be honest, Frank didn't have a great impression of Mandy. By Western standards, she was attractive, sexy, even, but Frank's taste leaned toward Asian aesthetics thanks to his past life, so Mandy didn't really do it for him. But it wasn't just her looks. Mandy dressed provocatively, Crop tops, miniskirts, bare legs even in winter, heavy smoky eye makeup, and multiple piercings. She looked every bit the rebellious delinquent, not someone Frank would consider a proper girl. "You need something?" Ian asked as Frank walked into the room. "Just gonna use the computer," Frank said, pretending to fiddle with it while sneaking glances at the couple. Ian was lying across the bed, legs draped over Mandy's lap. Mandy was leaning against the wall, flipping through a magazine, while Ian read a book. They were sharing a snack bag, comfortable and intimate. They looked like a couple deeply in love, one that had definitely done everything there was to do. "Huh, Ian doesn't seem gay either." Frank frowned. But that Adonis physique comic didn't lie. Between Lip and Ian, one of them had to be gay. When the kids left for school the next day, Frank snuck into their room again and searched thoroughly. "Lip's not the one, it's Ian who's gay," Frank concluded, staring at the evidence he'd finally dug up. Chapter 61, Lip has a situation. Frank was searching through Lip and Ian's room, and it seemed like the owner of the Adonis physique magazines hadn't realized they were discovered, as they were still hidden behind the cabinet. Frank thoroughly searched the room and found a few more magazines, including 2 behind Ian's bed. However, this wasn't what convinced Frank that they belonged to Ian. The real evidence was in the content of these magazines. Frank noticed that many of them featured Captain America. Several posters of Captain America had circles drawn around certain areas with red pen, and some had even cut out certain parts and pasted them onto other muscle-bound posters. This detail confirmed to Frank who the real owner was. Lip had no interest in Captain America. He was a typical tech enthusiast, idolizing scientists like Stark. If these were Lip's magazines, they would feature Stark's face instead. Only Ian, who had always aspired to join the military, idolized Captain America. His wall was lined with Captain America posters. However, these magazines suggested Ian's admiration might not be purely platonic. Unfortunately, Captain America had been gone for decades. "So many posters of Captain America's rear," Frank mused. "My son has high standards, aiming for Captain America." Frank restored everything to its original state so Ian wouldn't notice. What about Ian's girlfriend, Mandy? Is Ian like Karen, interested in both men and women? Frank pondered as he left the room. Ian's situation was delicate. Frank needed to approach it thoughtfully. Homosexuality is a sensitive topic, regardless of the country or culture. Even in the open-minded West, Christianity often regards it as a sin or a demonic influence. Ian had kept this part of his life secret, clearly concerned about others' opinions. This was a sensitive matter. But now that Frank knew, it was an opportunity to strengthen their relationship. He needed the right moment. Frank decided to observe Ian's daily life. Ian attended school regularly and worked at a corner store afterward until dark. The store was run by a couple, with the husband running the shop while the wife cared for their 2 children. When not working, Ian spent time studying or hanging out with Mandy or attended military training with the ROTC program. After several days of observation, Frank noticed nothing unusual about Ian, nothing indicating he was gay. Maybe Ian's tendencies are deeply repressed, Frank considered. While contemplating Ian's situation, Lip's troubles came to light. "Hey, Morgan, it's Lip. About taking your exam for you, we need to talk. I have bad news about your scores. They're going to cancel them. I'll refund your money. Let's meet to discuss it further," Lip said over the phone. "What's going on? Did someone find out you were taking exams for others?" Frank asked. During the college entrance exam season, Lip made a lot of money. It was a peak time for him, known for reliably sitting exams for others. Lip was known for his reliability and reasonable prices, with a reputation so strong that he often had to schedule clients weeks in advance. He had already made a substantial amount helping over a dozen students. But playing with fire often leads to getting burned. Lip finally got caught. "Yeah, an investigator from a higher education assessment group caught me," Lip admitted. "Is everything okay?" Frank asked, concerned. Getting caught taking entrance exams for others was serious. Jail time was a real possibility. But if Lip were in serious trouble, he wouldn't be home calmly calling clients. "No, the professor gave me a new test. I completed it perfectly, so he let me go, but banned me from doing it again. All my clients' scores were voided, and I have to explain to each of them. The professor is from the University of Chicago. He wants me to meet him at his office tomorrow, Lip explained. I'll go with you, Frank insisted. This was serious, and Frank needed to be there whether he could help or not. All right, Lip hesitated but agreed. Even as smart as Lip was, he was still a 17-year-old boy, not an adult. Though he usually operated in a gray area, this was bigger. He was anxious about what might happen at the university. Lip planned to take Karen for support, and now Frank insisted on going too. Despite their issues, Frank was still Lip's father and an adult, providing some reassurance. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door interrupted Frank and Lip's conversation. It was a beefy young black man in a school uniform. I'm here for Lip, about the money for taking my exam, he said as he entered. Tyrell, Lip said, awkwardly. Hey, Lip, my best buddy. They cancelled my scores. I only got a 6 on the test, and now I can't play college ball, Tyrell said angrily, lunging at Lip. Chapter 62, Alumni. Because Lip got caught doing exams for others, all the grades of the students he helped were invalidated. Many of them were tall, muscular black athletes from the football and basketball teams. That night, a lot of them came to have a chat with Lip, leaving him physically and mentally drained. The next morning was, once again, pure chaos at home. Why are Steve's clothes here? Debbie asked with confusion. Because someone couldn't wait to get upstairs last night and started undressing right here, Lip said while holding Liam. What? Frank's eyes widened in disbelief. You brat, when did this happen? Frank stormed off to Fiona's room, only to find Steve sleeping soundly in her bed. F***K. Frank cursed. Lately, he had been so focused on figuring out Lip and Ian that he'd let his guard down, and now Steve had made it into his precious daughter's bed. Sure, Steve and Fiona had already been physically involved, but Frank still couldn't stomach it. Hey, don't just barge into my room. Before Frank could explode, Fiona pushed him out and shut the door behind him. She knew Frank had an inexplicable hostility toward Steve and had always tried to keep them apart. When did you two make up? Did you forget what I told you? That guy came out of nowhere, he's no good. Frank scolded, frustrated and disappointed. Just stay out of it. Fiona shoved him away. What was done was done. It was too late for Frank to complain now, so he could only sulk with a dark face. We need to stock up today. What does everyone need? Fiona called out. Toilet paper. The colored party streamers scratched my butt. We're out of toothpaste. Diapers, we need more diapers. Since the test-taking gig is over, I can't do that anymore, but I can still hustle some side jobs if you need help, Lip offered. It's fine. I still have $35 on me, and I'm going to pick up the money from my last job later, Fiona replied. By the way, now that Carl's calmed down, he finally got invited to hang out with normal kids. His classmate Robbie is throwing an Easter egg shoot party, Lip mentioned. That's great. Fiona smiled. But he's not planning to go, Lip added. Why not? Frank, now distracted from Steve, turned to Carl. I'm not going. It costs $27 to participate, Carl muttered casually. Though he sounded indifferent, it was easy to hear the disappointment in his voice. After all, kids his age still want to have fun with their friends. This kind of situation is common in poor families, especially during college. Roommates from wealthier backgrounds can afford dinners and outings, while the poorer ones stay behind, alone in their dorms. Over time, this financial gap leads to feelings of inferiority and a lack of confidence. And that sense of difference starts young, once kids realize their family's struggles. Carl understood the family's financial situation well. He tried not to be a burden whenever he could. Even his bullying at school was partially rooted in that deep-seated insecurity. His main method, shaking down other kids for lunch money, intimidation made them fork it over without resistance. It's fine, go have fun. Dad's got you covered, Frank said softly, patting Carl's head and pulling some money from his pocket. Awesome. Thanks, Dad. Carl's eyes lit up as he snatched the money. You little rascal. Frank tousled his hair affectionately. Hey, morning. Karen walked in. She and Lip had agreed to visit the University of Chicago today to meet the professor who had caught him cheating. After kicking Steve out of the house, Frank joined Karen and Lip on the train to the University of Chicago. All around them were energetic, hopeful young students. Hi, I'm Lip's father, Frank. Frank Gallagher, Frank said, tidying his hair and shaking the professor's hand. The professor looked to be in his 50s, with neatly groomed hair and beard. He wore a suit under a trench coat, gleaming leather shoes, and a scarf around his neck. Everything about him screamed upper-class elegance. His clothes were clearly expensive. I'm Professor Hurst. Lip's a very smart young man, he said courteously. Oh, not at all. He gets his brains from me. I keep telling him not to let it go to his head, Frank joked. So, when you're not busting cheaters, are you a college professor? Lip asked while glancing around. No, I am a professor. Catching cheaters is just a side hustle, it pays well enough to buy a yacht, Professor Hurst laughed. While Frank and Lip spoke to the professor, a student assistant chatted with Karen. Are you planning to go to college? The assistant asked. I haven't decided yet, Karen replied. Professor Hurst thinks Lip's a genius. He rarely praises anyone like that, the assistant said. I think he's a genius too. When he helps me study, there's never a problem he can't solve, Karen agreed. Well, if you ever do consider college, I'd recommend the University of Chicago. I'll think about it. So, Mr. Gallagher, what do you do for work now? Hurst asked Frank. I'm freelancing at the moment, doing some translation work. I used to work in a company, but an accident left me disabled, so I can't do regular jobs anymore, Frank explained. Translation work? Hurst asked curiously. Yeah, mostly Chinese, Frank replied. Chinese. That's a tough language. We don't have many Chinese-speaking professors here at the University of Chicago, Hurst said, a bit impressed. Well, it's manageable. I went to Northwestern University, you know. Though I dropped out senior year, got a bit wild, Frank said. Oh, you went to Northwestern too? Hurst exclaimed in surprise. I graduated from there myself. Which class were you in? He asked, suddenly much more enthusiastic. In America's deeply stratified society, elite universities are social stepping stones. Dropping out of a top school like Northwestern isn't the same as dropping out of an average one. People often cite Bill Gates or Steve Jobs as proof that degrees don't matter, but conveniently forget that both dropped out of elite institutions. Chapter 63, Student Loan Aid. In the United States, attending a prestigious university is like stepping onto a gleaming social ladder. Whether or not you graduate, the mere fact that you were admitted adds a radiant glow to your identity. Just mentioning the name of the school is often enough to earn instant respect, even if you dropped out. After all, the real value of elite universities has never been just about academics. It's about networking and access to exclusive circles, like the Tsinghua Circle, or Peking University Circle. So graduation itself, often secondary. Frank was living proof of this. The moment he casually mentioned that he once studied at Northwestern University, Professor Hurst instantly warmed up to him. As it turned out, they were not only fellow alumni, Hurst was even a few years ahead of Frank. Their shared background closed the gap between them quickly. Frank, of course, didn't mention the wild and irresponsible past of his younger self. Hurst didn't pry either. From his perspective, Frank had likely dropped out of college to start a business that eventually failed, an all-too-common story. It's typical for ambitious young students, especially from top schools, to get swept up in a burst of inspiration, thinking they've found the next big idea or invention. They drop out, eager to seize the world, only to be crushed by the harshness of reality. In fact, the odds of success after dropping out to start a business? Barely 2%. Most success stories are just survivorship bias. Hurst himself had once dreamed of doing the same. After all, every young person goes through a phase of believing they're the protagonist of the universe. So when Frank didn't elaborate on his past, Hurst understood. Especially given Frank's disability that kept him from working. It's basic social etiquette not to press on someone's scars. // By the way, about my son helping others with exams, is he going to be in trouble? Now that the atmosphere had relaxed and the relationship was on friendly terms, Frank finally shifted the topic to Lip. Helping others cheat is definitely serious, Hearst said. But it depends on who did it and how. If it were someone using dishonest means, I'd report them to the committee and have them jailed for a few years. But Lip is different. He didn't cheat. Every test he took, he passed entirely on his own merit, even if it was for someone else. I don't think you realize just how gifted your son is. Just recently, the committee issued a new exam. Lip scored a perfect 2,400. Do you have any idea how rare that is? Every year, about 1.5 million students take the test. Only around 300 manage to get a perfect score, and most of them come from elite private schools. But Lip, he's still a junior at a rundown public high school. I've already reported Lip's situation to the committee. He won't get in any trouble. After all, the committee's goal isn't to throw kids in jail, but to ensure college admission scores remain credible. Of course, Lip can't keep doing this. If he helps someone cheat again, the consequences will be severe, and not even I can protect him, Hearst warned. In fact, I think it's a waste for Lip to stay at that dump of a high school. If possible, I'd like him to start college next semester. Hearst turned to Lip. Chicago University. Frank was taken aback. But I still have a year and a half of high school left, Lip said. I can write a recommendation letter, Hearst replied. He'd need to pass a test, but for someone like Lip, that's just a 1-hour formality. You know you have the ability, he said, turning to Lip. And then what? How do I pay for it? Lip asked. The joy on Frank's face instantly turned grim. College in America is notoriously expensive. With the Gallagher family's finances, affording tuition was out of the question. Would he be eligible for a scholarship if he skipped grades? Frank asked hopefully. Colleges do offer scholarships and financial aid, and with one, it's possible to cover tuition. For the first semester, that might be tough, Hearst replied. But you can apply for aid. Student loan providers are happy to cover tuition, housing, and meal plans. It'll be enough to get through college. And then what? Lip responded. With interest and everything, I'll end up owing around $500,000. After graduation, I'll be chained to the bank, paying off debt for decades. Lip had considered this before. If he wanted to, he could have skipped grades and started college as a freshman. But the same question always stopped him: how would he afford it? He had calculated everything: tuition, fees, loan interest. The total debt was astronomical, $500,000. For the Gallaghers, that was unimaginable. In their neighborhood, you could buy a house for a few $1,000s. If he graduated on time and found a good-paying job, he might pay it off by age 50. If not, say, during a recession with no stable work, he'd default. The bank would take everything. His credit would be ruined. He'd be blacklisted. Homelessness would be the only outcome. Yes, attending a top school is prestigious. But with so many students, who can guarantee that every graduate lands a job? Even in China, millions of students graduate each year. Can they all find work? Official stats claim a 90% plus employment rate, but anyone with a brain knows better. The truth is, for most people, graduation equals unemployment. Even Ivy League grads in the US aren't immune. Frank himself was a perfect example of what not to do. That's why Lip had never seriously considered student loans. //. Lip, you're a smart kid. You understand the stakes. At least you still have the option of taking out a loan, Professor Hearst said seriously. Many people from your neighborhood don't even qualify. Sure, the debt was massive. But it represented a way out, a shot at upward mobility. And no one knows what the future holds. Maybe this chance would lead to Lip becoming the next tech giant. If that happened, paying off the loans would be pocket change. Chapter 64, Advice. Unlike Lip, who still had choices, many kids living in the South Side, whether boys or girls, didn't have the same opportunities to escape poverty. For those kids, the highest achievement they might reach in life could be a diploma from a rundown public high school. In the class-stratified society of America, such a diploma is practically worthless, with upward mobility almost completely blocked. Even with a lot of financial aid and loans, Lip, you're smart enough to find a way to work the system, Professor Hurst said, patting Lip on the shoulder. Professor Hurst saw great potential in Lip. He was not only academically gifted but also resourceful. The fact that Lip managed to take exams for others, so many times without getting caught, said a lot. Taking exams for others isn't easy. It involves procuring exam passes, sneaking into exam halls, and even dealing with the challenge of substituting for people of different races or genders. Working the system sounds like a lot of trouble, Lip replied. But it's better than the alternative. Is that girl your girlfriend? Professor Hurst asked, glancing at Karen behind Lip. Well, she is, sort of, Lip answered uncertainly. Karen is my daughter, Frank chimed in. Professor Hurst was puzzled by the complex relationship. A goddaughter, no blood relation, Frank clarified with a cough. Anyway, you know what often happens during high school, especially in a Southside public school, Professor Hurst continued. Getting a girlfriend pregnant, or getting someone else's girlfriend pregnant. She might say it was an accident, but you'll always wonder if it was an accidental accident. If she's unable to afford an abortion, the child might be born. If you're heartless, you might disown them and live your life, but most people will have their lives changed. You might end up working at a fast food joint or supermarket, supporting a family. If you're lucky, you might become an assistant manager by 30. But if you misdirect your pent-up anger, you might get fired and never find stable work again. You'll end up in a bar, drinking cheap beer, blaming the world and the government. Professor Hurst's words made Frank think of the folks at the Alibi bar. But you'll know you haven't lived up to your potential. You shouldn't be living this life, but you can't change it. The only way to numb this wasted potential is through alcohol and drugs. Of course, who knows what the future holds? You might get a chance encounter, meet someone influential, but that's less likely than winning the lottery 10 times in a row. Being as smart as you are, you're likely to keep testing the law's limits, like with the exam scam. If you're lucky, you might flee to another country and never return. If not, you might end up in jail. Don't think that breaking the law means you'll never get caught. The world is full of smart people and those who think they're smart, Professor Hurst concluded. His words were realistic and true, reflecting the lives of many at the bottom of society, though he had put it kindly. Seems like you're a philosophy professor trying to save troubled youth, Lip commented. Professor, how many kids like Lip choose to continue their education? Frank asked, concerned. As someone who also reviewed college entrance exams, Professor Hurst had seen many students, especially talented ones like Lip. Not enough. I've advised many like Lip, but they arrogantly believe their lives will be different, foolishly staying trapped in a cycle of fate, Professor Hurst replied. What do most people like me say? Lip inquired. They tell me to buzz off, Professor Hurst said. I have a class soon. If you want, you can sit in. If not, we have the best robotics lab in the country. Feel free to explore, Professor Hurst suggested, checking his watch. And remember to use protection, Lip. I'm sure your father has warned you about this many times, he added, patting Lip's shoulder before heading to his class. Frank, Lip, and Karen wandered around the University of Chicago, even attending one of Professor Hurst's classes, though Frank didn't understand much. On the way home, Lip and Karen seemed unchanged, chatting and laughing. With Professor Hurst dismissing the exam issue, Lip felt relieved. He didn't think much of the suggestion to skip a grade and start college next semester. However, Frank was deep in thought about tuition. If possible, Frank wanted Lip to seize the opportunity to skip a grade and attend the University of Chicago. But the tuition was a significant hurdle. Frank considered applying for financial aid loans in his name, but such loans required the student themselves to apply and be enrolled. Even if Frank wanted to take out a loan, he had no stable job or income, no assets, and lived in a house still in the name of Gingy, who had passed away over a decade ago. No bank would lend to him. Money, Frank sighed heavily. Even if Lip didn't attend the University of Chicago now, what about later? Lip had another year and a half of high school. After that, he'd need to attend college unless he decided to work immediately. Frank wouldn't allow Lip to skip college. Meeting Professor Hurst reinforced how brilliant Lip was. Professor Hurst was wealthy and reputable, a man of success. He wouldn't waste words on just anyone. His lengthy encouragement to Lip showed he truly believed in Lip's potential. Frank was determined not to let Lip work after graduation. Lip had to attend college. But tuition for a prestigious school was exorbitant. Including all the additional costs, it would run tens of thousands annually. With just a year and a half until Lip's graduation, where would Frank find such a sum? Chapter 65, Tuition. If Lip could secure a scholarship, he could cover his tuition, but Frank was preparing for the worst. Frank remembered Professor Hurst mentioning that out of over 1 million students nationwide, only about 300 achieve perfect scores each year. Lip was undoubtedly a genius, but on a national scale, he was just 1 in 300. In his rundown public high school, Lip was a superstar, but in a world-class university filled with other geniuses, his brilliance might not stand out as much. Frank needed to find a way to gather Lip's college tuition before he graduated high school in a year and a half. However, the thought of raising tens of thousands of dollars made Frank's head spin. To pay off his credit card debt, Frank had taken risks, working with gangs, smuggling, insurance fraud, and drug running. Spending over a month to earn just enough to pay off his cards. After clearing his debts and canceling his credit cards, Frank decided to retire from that life. Did he really want to return to that risky path? The amount needed for tuition was far more than a few $1,000s, it would take forever to save up enough, and getting caught was always a risk. What if I used Eddie's inheritance? Frank suddenly thought. Eddie's inheritance amounted to tens of thousands. If Frank misappropriated it, it could easily cover Lip's tuition. What am I thinking? Frank shook his head, dismissing the idea immediately. Eddie's inheritance was meant for Sheila's family, their future security, and Karen's college education. After returning to the South Side, Lip and Karen went shopping, leaving Frank to return home alone, worried. "What are you doing?" Frank asked upon returning home, seeing Fiona had turned the house upside down, even checking between the couch cushions for loose change. "My paycheck from last week's work hasn't come through. They processed the time cards, so I won't get paid until next Friday," Fiona explained, searching for every penny she could find. The household was short on essentials, and without her pay, they couldn't last until next week. Fiona was scrounging for every cent, even pennies. "Stop looking. I've got money. Let's go to the supermarket," Frank said, taking Fiona to shop. Frank had enough for daily expenses, unlike the old Frank, who spent his days in bars and on drugs. With disability benefits and Gingy's pension, there was a decent monthly income. After paying off his credit card, Frank had a little savings left, plus what he earned from translation work. However, those savings were nothing compared to Lip's tuition needs. Barely a drop in the bucket. For Frank, Lip's tuition was as daunting as trying to afford a home in a major city in China. "Dad, you've really changed lately," Fiona remarked as they returned home with their groceries. Everyone had noticed Frank's recent changes. The old Frank wouldn't have cared if the family was broke and starving, he'd just worry about having enough for booze. "Since your pay won't come until Friday, keep this money," Frank said, handing Fiona a few $100s. "No need, with these groceries, we'll manage through the week. Plus, I can wait tables at the hockey bar over the weekend and make some money and tips," Fiona said, eyeing the money but hesitating to take it. Fiona was proud and didn't accept money easily. Even when Steve offered, she refused. Frank's family situation was complex, unlike a typical household. The old Frank was absent, so there was no parental figure with absolute authority. Fiona, as the eldest, played both mother and father roles. But Fiona was only a sister, not a parent, so each child was an independent entity, cooperating to support the household. This included financial independence. Each child had complete control over their finances. Unlike other families where parents might take a child's gift money for safekeeping, in Frank's house, any money given to the children was theirs to decide how to spend. Each child had their own savings, and there was also a communal fund for shared expenses like the monthly electric bill. The children's independence extended beyond finances to their thinking and decision-making. Each had a strong, independent mindset. Even when Frank offered Fiona money, it wasn't a father giving an allowance but one person helping another. So Fiona's instinct was to refuse. "Take it. I know the hockey bar you mentioned, with the servers wearing next to nothing. I don't want my precious daughter working there for those sleazy guys," Frank insisted, placing the money in Fiona's hand. "Remember, I'm your dad. You don't have to bear everything alone. You can ask for help, whether from me or Lip and Ian," Frank continued. While each family member was independent, aside from the old Frank, Fiona was the only adult and the main breadwinner. The others, including Lip, were still in school. Fiona always contributed the most financially, covering essentials, utilities, and taxes, taking on about 70% of the expenses. Lip and Ian contributed, with Debbie and Carl adding small amounts. Fiona's salary went entirely to the household, and if the kids needed money, like for a party invitation Carl received without ticket money, Fiona would typically cover it. Chapter 66, A Heart-to-Heart Between Father and Daughter. Fiona had been working hard, but none of the money she earned was spent on herself, it all went toward supporting the family. She was a stubborn girl, the kind who hated asking for help and refused to show any weakness at home. This week, she hadn't gotten her paycheck yet, it would come next week. With the family running low on essentials, she didn't ask Lip or the others for money. Instead, she quietly searched every corner of the house for spare change. Watching Fiona do this made Frank's heart ache. She was only 21. While other girls her age were worrying about exams, boys, celebrities, fashion, and travel, Fiona was stressing over groceries, rent, and household necessities like an exhausted single mother. "Thanks, Dad," Fiona said, looking at the money in her hand. She didn't reject it this time. "What are you thanking me for?" "You're my baby girl," Frank said, handing her a cigarette. "Have you ever thought about your future?" Frank asked as he lit his own. "My future?" Fiona echoed blankly. Every ounce of her energy was spent surviving and holding the family together. She hadn't had the luxury to think that far ahead. "You're still a kid, just like Lip, Ian, Debbie, Carl, and Liam. You deserve your own life too. You should be thinking about yourself, not just everyone else," Frank said. "Are you planning to wait until all the kids grow up before you think about your future?" "Liam's only 2, it'll be 16 more years before he's an adult. By then, you'll be almost 40. Fiona took a long drag of the cigarette and slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke. "You've already done more than enough for this family. Now it's time to think about yourself, for your own future. I may not have been much help before, but from now on, you've still got me," Frank said gently. "Gisela told me there's a free software course on Saturdays. If I learn it, I might get an office job with a starting wage of $20 an hour," Fiona finally said after a moment of silence. "Then go for it. Don't worry about the house or the money. You've got your old man here," Frank said quickly, encouraging her. Fiona had only ever done low-wage, part-time, or day jobs, everything from cleaning sewers to waiting tables to handing out flyers. All of them paid barely $10 an hour. $20 an hour sounded like luxury. Plus, learning software would mean she'd finally have a real skill. Sure, for many people, using office software was like playing a simple video game, basic stuff, almost second nature. But for someone like Fiona, who dropped out of high school and had been working ever since, it really was a skill. There were still people who typed with one finger and didn't even know how to copy-paste or format a document. "Have you ever thought about going back to school?" Frank asked. "Back to school? You mean high school?" Fiona was stunned. In the US, high school dropouts can go back to earn their missing credits and still graduate. But Fiona had been out of school for so long, grinding through jobs, she'd never even considered it. She couldn't even remember what subjects she'd once studied. But Frank was serious. He wasn't just trying to shove her back into a classroom. He genuinely believed that for the sake of her future, Fiona needed to finish her education. Even if it was just a public high school diploma, there was a big difference between having one and not having one. Without it, people viewed you as basically illiterate, a lost cause in society. With a diploma, even from a low-ranking public school, you could at least prove you'd been educated. With some luck, maybe even land a job with benefits. A high school diploma was the bare minimum, no matter what people claimed about degrees not mattering. That kind of talk was total BS. I can't go back. I still need to work, Fiona said, shaking her head without hesitation. You can always work. You could study in your free time. Here's what we'll do, tomorrow, I'll go to the school with you, Frank said firmly, not giving her a chance to object. He had cancer. He didn't know how much time he had left. But he knew this, before he died, he wanted to do right by his kids. He wanted to leave behind as few regrets as possible. Enough about me, how did things go with Lip today? Fiona asked, changing the subject. It went well. That professor really likes Lip. The whole test-taking issue is cleared up, but he won't be able to keep doing it anymore, Frank replied. He didn't mention the part where the professor suggested Lip skip grades and start at the University of Chicago next semester. That conversation would come later. Just then, the kids got home from school, and their heart-to-heart came to an end. // Hey, Gallaghers, come meet my daughter, Ethel. Kevin burst through the front door with Veronica and a teenage girl in tow. Wait, your daughter? Everyone asked in shock. Frank stared at the girl behind Kevin, confused. She was adorable, dressed in a modest long dress with her hair in a tight bun. She looked shy, but clearly older than Debbie, maybe 13 or 14. But Kevin and Veronica had just gotten fake married. Where had this girl come from? She's adopted, Veronica said, rolling her eyes as she carried a pot of sauce into the kitchen. Everyone quickly pieced the story together. Ethel wasn't actually their daughter, they had temporarily taken her in through child services. She'd only be staying with them for a week until a permanent adoptive family could be found. And no, they weren't doing it out of the kindness of their hearts. They were doing it for money. The government provided a daily subsidy for foster care. Ethel's been through hell. She and 70 other kids were rescued from some crazy cult, Kevin told Frank quietly. She doesn't even know how to play board games, Monopoly, nothing. Doesn't go to parks either. First thing she said when she came in was that she needed to do chores. She claimed the Bible says housework keeps your soul pure. I swear, I don't remember God ever saying that. I took her out to have fun, but she wouldn't smile. Then I gave her some chores, and she lit up like a Christmas tree. Cutest little grin, totally. Heart-melting, Kevin said, throwing his arm around Frank. // Chapter 67, GED. In the end, Kevin got unusually excited about fostering Ethel. We were only supposed to take the money and pay that damn parking ticket, Veronica grumbled in the kitchen while cooking with Fiona. This might actually be a good thing. It's rare to see Kevin this happy, Fiona replied. He's feeling the joys of fatherhood, that's why. Of course he's happy, but we're not cut out to be parents. We just got married not long ago, and even that was fake. We spend half our time at home walking around naked, drinking tequila for breakfast, cursing like sailors. I can't even imagine what kind of example we'd set for a kid. Veronica shook her head. It's just 1 week, Fiona said. Just bear with it, think of it as helping Kevin live out his dream of being a dad. Meanwhile, Frank looked over at the chaotic home where children were running wild. Ethel stood quietly in a corner, timid and motionless. You poor thing. Come here, come sit with me, Frank called gently. Kevin had told him about Ethel's background, and Frank couldn't help but feel a deep pity for the girl. Ethel had grown up in an isolated, cult-like environment, indoctrinated from an early age. It was obvious just by looking at her clothes, an old-fashioned, plain, floor-length dress with no patterns, like something an English lady might wear in the 18th century. Her behavior matched the look. Instead of shaking hands, she'd grasp both sides of her skirt and curtsy, a proper, old-world greeting. She was a naive, sheltered girl who had never truly seen the outside world. In this unfamiliar environment, Ethel was extremely cautious. But sitting beside Frank, she gradually relaxed. Kevin and Frank spent the whole dinner talking about children, so much so that even after the meal, they still hadn't finished their conversation. Veronica had to drag Kevin back home. "Frank, come to the bar tomorrow. We'll keep chatting," Kevin shouted as he left. "Thank you for the delicious dinner," Ethel said as she curtsied and followed him out. But Frank wouldn't be able to make that appointment. The next day, he and Fiona were heading to the school. Fiona wanted to find out if she could still get her high school diploma. "Miss Gallagher, you dropped out in your senior year," the counselor said while typing on her computer. "I only made it halfway through. I can explain why I dropped out." Fiona glanced at Frank and began to speak. "I'm not interested in dropout stories. I've heard more than enough," the counselor interrupted. She had heard every sob story imaginable from dropouts. At first, those stories used to tug at her heartstrings, but after a while, they all started to sound the same. Living in the South Side, a neighborhood riddled with poverty and hardship, nothing was more common than broken dreams. As the saying goes, human sorrow is not shared. I only find their noise irritating. You still need 38 more credits to graduate. Your selected subjects are English, trigonometry, world history, and earth science. If you want to make up for those, it'll be extremely demanding, the counselor said, eyes on her screen. "Yeah, maybe I should just forget it," Fiona said, already discouraged. She barely recognized the names of those subjects, let alone knew how to pass them. "How can you give up so easily? Are there any night classes she can attend?" Frank asked the counselor. "Judging by her file, she's been out of school for years. Going back to finish high school would be incredibly difficult. I suggest you look into the GED instead," the counselor replied. GED. Frank looked confused. "The General Educational Development Certificate. It's like a high school diploma, but specifically designed for people who dropped out," the counselor explained, grabbing a brochure from her desk. She knew better than anyone how hard it was for long-term dropouts to return to high school and complete their credits. It was like asking a full-time worker to retake their college entrance exams years later. Even if the required scores were low, just passing, it would still be a tall order. Forget working adults, just ask a college sophomore or junior to retake their high school entrance exam, and most of them would fail miserably. "Is the GED as good as a high school diploma?" Fiona asked curiously. "Of course not. While it's technically considered equivalent, it doesn't carry the same weight. But it's much easier to pass than the standard high school curriculum, perfect for someone who's been out of school this long. You're working, right? Don't have much time to study. Here, take this sample test," the counselor handed Fiona a packet. "The GED is easy. If you can pass this mock exam, you won't even need to take a prep course." "Thank you," Fiona said, lighting up as she took the materials. Frank glanced at the sample test and finally understood what the GED was. It was basically the American equivalent of China's adult self-study exams, distance education, essentially. The difference between a GED and a regular diploma is the same as the difference between distance learning and full-time education. Naturally, full-time degrees hold more weight, distance education doesn't compare. Most working adults already know this. Many companies only recognize your first, full-time degree. They don't care about your part-time or distance education credentials. A full-time degree means you physically attended school, studied in classrooms, and passed official exams. On the other hand, adult education is much looser. In some cases, especially with certain for-profit institutions, students barely need to attend classes. Before the exam, a tutor might just hand out a list of likely test questions and answers. As long as you read them, there's almost no way to fail. They call it accurate prediction, but everyone knows what's really going on. Many people think adult self-study exams are hard, but they're actually ridiculously easy. These exams are designed with working adults in mind, people who've long forgotten their school lessons. The tests don't even include short answers, reading comprehension, essays, or complex problem solving. None of that. There's only one type of question on the whole GED test, multiple choice. Not even fill in the blanks. So if you're clueless, just guess. Everyone remembers the old trick. When in doubt, pick the longest option. Chapter 68, You Need to Study. Fiona held a set of practice tests for the general education diploma, which were much like adult education exams, consisting entirely of multiple-choice questions. Frank speculated that the practice tests were likely drawn from the question bank used for the actual exam. The examiner had mentioned that understanding these practice tests could allow Fiona to skip classes and directly take the exam. "Dad, I'll just take this GED," Fiona said, looking at the practice test as they walked home. Initially feeling apprehensive, Fiona felt relieved and somewhat confident upon seeing that the test was all multiple choice. "No, you need to get your high school diploma," Frank insisted. "Why? A GED is equivalent to a high school diploma," Fiona argued. "It's not the same. As good as a GED sounds, it's not as valuable as a high school diploma. Plus, if you're thinking about college," Frank explained, "while a GED is considered equivalent, it doesn't carry the same weight as a traditional high school diploma. It's often a last resort for those who can't obtain a regular diploma. Since Fiona had the chance to earn a high school diploma, she should take it. It would also make college admission easier. Even though a GED can get you into some colleges, a high school diploma is more straightforward. The GED exam might be easier, but college exams won't be. Obtaining a high school diploma through coursework would better prepare Fiona for college entrance exams." College. Fiona was taken aback by Frank's suggestion. "Of course. You're young, the perfect age for college," Frank said. "No, I can't go to college," Fiona quickly replied. Earning a high school diploma already seemed like a far-fetched dream for Fiona, let alone attending college. She had never even considered it. The only family member she thought could attend college was Lip. "Why can't you go to college? We don't have to aim for an elite school. A regular university is more manageable," Frank encouraged. Frank wanted the best for his children, feeling especially indebted to Fiona. Because of the old Frank, Fiona's life had been significantly disrupted. But Fiona was only 21, still young, with plenty of time to change her path. Moreover, tuition at a regular university was more affordable than at prestigious institutions. While Frank might struggle to cover Lip's tuition at a top school, he felt he could manage to save enough for a regular college before his time was up. Going to college. Fiona was still in disbelief about Frank's proposal. "It's settled. First, get your high school diploma. Once you're home, start studying and find a night class for extra help," Frank decided. "But I need to work, to buy food and necessities," Fiona protested. "I'll pay you for lost work hours at your hourly rate," Frank countered. Frank planned to essentially hire Fiona to attend school, knowing she was too proud to accept money easily. This was a way to support her education financially. Despite Fiona's repeated refusals, Frank's persistence left her no choice but to agree to pursue a high school diploma instead of a GED. They would discuss college later. Though Fiona claimed she wasn't interested, deep down she couldn't help but be excited about the prospect of college. She admired college students while working. "Hey, Fiona, I found a great new restaurant," Steve said, approaching Fiona for a date. "Sorry, Fiona's busy studying, no time for dates," Frank interjected, stepping between Steve and Fiona. "Studying?" Steve was bewildered. "Yup, she's preparing for college. No time for dates. You should go, don't interrupt my daughter's studies," Frank said, pushing Steve out the door. Frank treated Steve like a concerned parent would treat a daughter's early romantic interest. "Hey, wait." Steve barely had time to respond before the door slammed shut, nearly hitting him in the face. Steve knew Frank disliked him, often avoiding Frank during dates or waiting until he was out. With Frank around, there was no chance for any intimacy with Fiona. It was as if Frank were wielding a metaphorical hammer to break up the couple. Steve resorted to calling Fiona to understand what was happening. Studying is important, but relationships matter too, Frank thought as he watched Fiona take the call upstairs. During Fiona and Steve's earlier cold spell, Frank had tried to break them up, but somehow, they'd reconciled without him knowing. Meanwhile, Tony was too busy with the fallout from the shapeshifter's killing spree and Officer Eddie's death. The police department had cracked down on crime in the South Side, leaving Tony unable to help. Looks like I'll have to handle this myself, Frank mused. Frank. Kevin burst in, seeking Frank. I'm going to be a grandfather. Ethel has married an old man. What happened? Calm down and explain, Frank urged. With Frank's help, Kevin calmed down and explained the situation. Kevin was agitated over his newly adopted daughter, Ethel. Rescued from a cult, her past was complicated. Ethel had been married to a 65-year-old man named Clyde, the cult leader, who had 5 wives. Ethel, the youngest, was only 13 years old. The fact that Ethel had a child with this old man was disturbing. Shortly after Ethel's child was born, the cult was raided by police. Ethel and her baby were separated and placed in different foster homes. Despite being a mother, Ethel was still a child herself, only in elementary school. You wouldn't believe it. I planned to take her out to see the world, but I found her in bed, in pajamas. What the hell? Kevin confided to Frank, shocked by Ethel's actions. End of chapter. Chapter 69, The Automobile Thief. Kevin shared with Frank the disturbing details about Ethel's past. Ethel told me that horrible man would abuse her every Tuesday. When I suggested taking her out for some fun, she thought I intended to harm her. The cult really messed with her mind, Kevin explained, deeply troubled by Ethel's experiences. It was evident that Kevin, embracing his new role as a guardian, was highly invested in Ethel's well-being, a sentiment Frank could relate to, having felt similar responsibilities when he first arrived in this world. How's Ethel getting along with Veronica? Frank inquired. Frank noticed that Veronica's attitude toward Ethel was initially quite indifferent. The primary reason for taking Ethel in was to benefit financially from government aid, treating their home like a temporary lodging for Ethel. Things are much better now. Veronica even made French toast for breakfast. You've never had her French toast, have you? She only makes it for me. It's absolutely delicious. Kevin beamed. We've decided to let Ethel stay longer. She prays every night before bed, separated from her child, which must be incredibly hard for her. Though I suspect her prayers might still be directed to the cult's version of God. Tomorrow, the Family and Children's Services are bringing Ethel's son for a visit. It'll be a family reunion, daughter and grandson. Can you imagine that? If possible, I'd like to adopt Ethel's son, Jonah, too. But Veronica isn't fully on board. I'll ask the social worker when they visit, Kevin said quietly. The conversation between Frank and Kevin was lively and warm. Kevin, do you need your car anytime soon? Could I borrow it for a few days? I'll fill up the tank for you. Frank casually asked, taking advantage of the friendly atmosphere. Well, Kevin hesitated, showing his reluctance. If Fiona, Lip, or Ian had asked to borrow the car, Kevin wouldn't have thought twice. But Frank's past left him wary. All right, but you need to bring it back every night, Kevin eventually agreed. Thanks, Frank replied gratefully. The next day, after Frank turned Steve away from seeing Fiona, he tailed Steve's car as it drove off. Frank borrowed Kevin's car specifically to follow Steve. He even went to Sheila's to borrow her DV camera the night before. Frank was determined to catch Steve's shady activities on camera, to reveal Steve's true nature to his daughter. He wanted Fiona to see that Steve wasn't reliable. While Frank was busy tailing Steve, Lip and Karen were in Frank's backyard. There sat an old, dilapidated van, tires gone, propped up on cinder blocks. Inside, a mattress and some worn blankets provided shelter from the wind and rain, though it was drafty. The old, Frank, used to sleep in the van when he had nowhere else to go after being kicked out. Now, Lip and Karen were using it for privacy, with the house full of people and school out for the day. You notice any changes in Frank lately? Karen asked while they were intimate. Let's not talk about Frank now, I'm about to finish. Lip panted heavily. Hold on, I'm not there yet. Karen flipped Lip onto his back. Not quite what I imagined car intimacy to be, but interesting, Karen remarked afterward. Want to hit the planetarium for some fun tonight? I can't. I'm busy, Lip replied, retrieving a half-pack of cigarettes from his pants. Busy with what? Hooking up with Daniel, Karen teased. Daniel was one of Lip's steady partners. Karen knew about Daniel, but Lip's other partners remained a mystery to her. Lip was handsome and smart, using his knowledge to earn money on the side. His academic prowess made him popular, and tutoring often led to romantic encounters. Karen and Lip's relationship began when she hired him for tutoring. Mid-session, she surprised him by getting intimate under the table. That was Lip's first time, and Karen had introduced him to a whole new world. Since then, Lip embraced his newfound freedom. The less you know, the better, Lip exhaled smoke. You've changed a lot recently. I heard you cut ties with Sally and Warren, Lip mentioned. These were names of Karen's former partners. Just as Karen knew Lip's partners, Lip knew many of Karen's, but their separate lives didn't affect their friendship. They each did their own thing. I just lost interest in them. What's our relationship status? Karen asked. Aren't we friends? Lip replied. Just friends. Karen prodded. Friends with benefits, Lip clarified, caressing Karen's back. Exactly. I just wanted to confirm. Being friends is great, Karen said, giving Lip a quick kiss. You didn't forget about Friday, right? Karen asked. Nope, Lip confirmed. Can I get a hint? I could, but I'd rather keep it a surprise. Spoiling it wouldn't be fun. Noticed any changes in Frank lately? In any way? Karen suddenly inquired. Frank, ever since he hit his head and ended up in the hospital, he's been different. But I doubt it'll last. Once he starts drinking again, he'll be back to his old self. Don't expect too much. Have you settled Eddie's inheritance? Don't let Frank get involved, Lip advised. What about physical changes, like fatigue, coughing up blood? Karen pressed. Not that I've noticed, Lip replied, realizing he hadn't paid attention. Meanwhile, Frank was in a parking lot, using the DV camera to record Steve's actions. Frank watched as Steve scanned the lot, zeroing in on a car. With practiced ease, Steve jimmied the lock, silencing the alarm in seconds before driving away. Finally caught you, you so-called rich kid with an internet company. Just a car thief, Frank muttered, satisfied with the footage on the DV. Chapter 70, The Truth Comes Out. The Cayenne you wanted is here. Steve pulled up in the stolen Porsche, parked outside a repair shop, and gave the hood a pat. But his expression shifted the moment he noticed the gesture made by the burly white man leading the group. Moments later, an unassuming car pulled into the lot, and a man stepped out. What's going on? You called earlier and said someone was tailing you, the man asked. False alarm. Thought I was being followed at first, but it must have been a coincidence, Steve replied. I've pulled off a ton of jobs, always clean and careful, never once drawn attention from the cops. There's no way I was being followed, Steve said with conviction. Well, be more careful from now on. We don't want to get caught up in your mess. Same deal as always, once I get the money, you get your cut. The man began inspecting the vehicle. We've got a new order. We need another Cayenne, black, specific model, he continued. //. Meanwhile, back at Frank's house. Remember what I told you about Steve? Frank asked Fiona. Now that you're back together, did you ask him any of the questions, about his job, family, or friends? I did. He didn't say much, Fiona replied casually, flipping through a book while jotting down notes. Then take a look at this. Frank handed her a camcorder. Steve's not who you think he is. Fiona's brow furrowed as she watched the footage. Steve stealing a car, clear as day. He's not some respectable executive at a tech company. He's a car thief, Fiona. He's been lying to you the whole time. I know, Fiona said flatly, cutting Frank off mid-sentence. What? Frank was stunned. I knew from our very first date. It was obvious, he steals and resells cars. Fiona wasn't upset by what Steve did, her concern was how carelessly he did it. How could he not realize someone was filming him the whole time? Frank wasn't even a cop, just a regular guy, and he'd caught the entire thing on tape. If Frank had been law enforcement, Steve would be in jail already. You knew. Frank was speechless. This was supposed to stay between me and him. Don't tell anyone about this, Fiona warned, handing the camcorder back. Frank frowned. This wasn't the reaction he'd expected. But it only confirmed his belief, Steve and Fiona needed to be separated. Steve was a repeat offender. Sure, he hadn't been caught yet, but if you hang around the river long enough, you're bound to get your feet wet. Sooner or later, he'd be arrested, and when that happened, he'd be locked up for years. What shocked Frank more was that Fiona knew and still chose to be with him. If Steve ended up in prison, Fiona would be left alone, wasting her youth on a criminal. But then again, maybe this wasn't too surprising. Growing up in the South Side slums, Fiona had seen it all. Thanks to Frank's own irresponsibility, she'd practically raised her siblings on her own, resorting to scams, cons, and petty theft just to get by. For her, a boyfriend who stole cars was hardly scandalous. It was normal. Still, Frank wasn't about to let this go. If Steve was hiding one thing, there was probably more. // Hey, Fiona, do you have any money? Lip pulled her aside to ask quietly. What's up? How much do you need? She replied, looking up. I want to buy concert tickets, he said. That's going to be expensive. First time you've splurged for a date, Fiona smirked. But I don't have that kind of money right now. Concert tickets weren't cheap, easily over $100 each. For a family, scraping by on barely more than that per week, it was no small ask. Try asking Frank. He might have some cash on hand, Fiona suggested. I'll figure something out, Lip muttered, frowning. You're getting those tickets for Karen, aren't you? Are you two officially together now? Fiona asked. No, we're just friends, Lip replied. / Knock knock knock. While Fiona and Lip were talking, someone knocked at the door. Can I help you? Fiona asked the unfamiliar woman at the doorstep. Hi, I'm Abby. I'd like to speak with Virginia. Is she here? Who? Fiona blinked in confusion. Virginia Louise Gallagher. Isn't this her residence? Abby clarified, reading from a file. Oh, you mean Aunt Ginger? No, she doesn't live here anymore, she's in a care facility up in Wisconsin, Fiona replied. I see. I'm with the Inspector General's office. We're investigating a possible case of Social Security fraud. There's evidence someone's been cashing her benefits without authorization. Abby produced her badge to prove she was from a government agency. Apparently, 12 years ago, your aunt's address was changed to a P.O. box. Abby explained. 12 years. You're only just now investigating this? Fiona asked incredulously. I'm pretty sure her mail's been going to Wisconsin for a while now. Let me walk you through the process. Abby pulled out an envelope. This is your aunt's Social Security check for this month. I'll be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. to hand it to her in person. That way, we can clear everything up face to face, no confusion, no misunderstandings. After a brief chat, Abby left. / Frank. Fiona slammed the door shut and immediately dialed Frank. What happened? Frank rushed home, worried by the urgency in her voice. Is Aunt Ginger really living in Wisconsin? Someone from Social Security just came by asking questions, and I know it was you. You've been cashing her benefits, haven't you? Frank froze. He'd known this day would come eventually. He just hadn't expected it to be so soon. / 71, impersonation. Back when Frank was scrambling to pay off his overdue credit cards, he was already thinking about Aunt Ginger. So once the debt was settled, he began digging all over the backyard, trying to find her remains. But to truly deal with the Ginger problem, it wasn't just about the corpse. He also needed to resolve the fact that, according to government records, Ginger was still alive. For the past dozen years, Frank had kept her death a secret in order to keep cashing her Social Security checks. As far as the system was concerned, Ginger Gallagher was still breathing. That's why Frank needed to produce a body. If he could present a recently deceased Ginger, the whole situation could be passed off as a technicality, no more fraud charges. But finding a suitable corpse, that was no small task. Even though Frank had made all kinds of shady connections while paying off his debts, people who could get their hands on bodies, none of them could deliver the right body. According to the records, Ginger would be over 90 years old by now. Try finding a female corpse that old. Even finding one in her 70s or 80s was nearly impossible. Most of the bodies available were victims of violent death, unknown identities, or homeless individuals, none older than maybe 50. So despite his best efforts, Frank couldn't find a corpse convincing enough to pass as Ginger. Then, before he could even solve that part of the problem, the fraud investigation blew up in his face. / You have no idea how serious this is, Fiona shouted. You need to go to Wisconsin and bring Aunt Ginger back home immediately. That woman from the Social Security office is coming back tomorrow morning, and she's bringing federal investigators with her. Yeah, that might be a bit of a problem, Frank muttered. What problem? Fiona demanded, eyes narrowing. Well, the thing is, Ginger's actually been dead for over 10 years, Frank said awkwardly, looking anywhere but at her. What? Fiona's voice jumped an octave. Wait a minute, the woman from Social Security said Ginger changed her mailing address 12 years ago. You changed it after she died? Fiona shouted, putting the pieces together. This is huge. I need to get everyone home, now, she said, grabbing her phone. / The Gallagher kids gathered back at the house. I kinda remember her, Lip said. She gave me chocolate cookies when I was little. How did she die? I think she OD'd. Just got too high and never came back down, Frank recalled. No, Debbie cried. Debbie, come on. You never even met her, Frank replied, a little annoyed. Debbie was barely 10 years old. Ginger had died 12 years ago, Debbie hadn't even been an embryo yet. I never met her before, and now I never will, Debbie said, tears welling up in her eyes. It's okay, sweetheart. If Aunt Ginger had met you, she'd have loved you, Frank said, picking her up. / The kids weren't too shocked by Frank's confession. The fact that he'd been claiming Ginger's benefits for over a decade without telling anyone. Totally in character. He'd done worse. And honestly, scolding Frank wasn't going to fix anything. The Gallaghers had one unshakable rule: when a problem comes up, you solve it. No whining, no blaming, just fix it. Jesus, Frank, what do we do now? Ginger's dead, and Social Security's coming with a damn federal agent tomorrow morning. If they find out, this is a felony. Fiona panicked. They didn't notice anything for 12 years. Which means all their data is ancient. They don't even have a current photo of her, Frank said. They have no idea what she looks like. So all we need is an old woman who looks the part. Stage the house like Ginger lives here, and we're golden, Lip said. Quickest thinker in the house, as always. If Ginger were alive today, she'd be over 90. Where the hell are we gonna find someone that old? Fiona asked. She doesn't need to be 90. Just needs to look old enough, Frank reasoned. I think Veronica works at a nursing home, Ian said. I'll call her now. Fiona grabbed her phone. / Veronica had a legit job at a local nursing home. It didn't pay much and was pretty chill, so she usually took side gigs like Fiona. While it was hard to find an elderly woman on the outside, nursing homes were overflowing with them. Given the situation, Veronica was more than willing to help. The whole crew headed to her workplace. The nursing home was huge. In the activity room alone, there were dozens of elderly men and women lounging around. That's Mrs. Sullivan. She's 92, could drop dead any minute. Mrs. Helen needs meds every 4 hours. Beatrice. Her son visits every day. Can't use her. Jenny's popular around here. If she disappears, someone will notice. I like her. I want her to be great Aunt Ginger. Debbie said, pointing at an old lady knitting quietly. Frank quickly slapped a hand over her mouth. Not something we shout in public, Debbie. She's too alert, Veronica said. Great memory, too. Wouldn't work. We need someone old enough, but kind. Out of it, Fiona explained. Ideally with dementia or poor memory. Everyone split up to search. There were plenty of old folks, but the right combination was tricky. You won't get fired for lending us a grandma, right? Fiona asked Veronica quietly. Nah, this place is exactly like the horror stories on the news. No one gives a crap about these people. Security's a joke. Last month, some drifter got caught assaulting Mrs. Herbert while she was unconscious, and the guy got promoted for stopping it, Veronica said. / It didn't take long before the group found their golden ticket. An elderly woman, plenty old, plenty confused, and with memory so bad she was having full conversations with a plant. She's the one. Everyone agreed unanimously. Sneaking her out was absurdly easy. No sneaking required, just walked her out the back door. No one noticed. No one asked, "Hey V, if anyone here croaks and you think they'd make a good ginger, let me know," Frank whispered to Veronica as they left. Chapter 72, Ginger. "Welcome home, Ginger," Frank and the crew said as they brought the elderly lady they had secretly taken from the nursing home back to their house. Regardless of her actual name, she was now known as Ginger. During the car ride back, they had spent enough time with the old lady to at least become familiar faces to her. "Oh my goodness," Ginger exclaimed as she surveyed the house. "What is it?" the group asked cautiously, fearing she might regain her full faculties, which would render their efforts useless. "Nothing, it's just that everything here is exactly as I remember it," she replied with a smile, as if she had truly returned to her own home. "Ginger, we've kept everything just as it was," Fiona said, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "Sweetheart, I can see that. Look over there, that's the bookshelf my brother Norman made," Ginger said, clearly confused but content. The group prepared a room for her, with Debbie enthusiastically assisting and bonding with the elderly lady. "Let me freshen up, and then I'll make us a delicious dinner," Ginger offered, exceeding Frank and the others' expectations. However, fooling the Social Security workers required more than just having a confused elderly lady present. The house needed to show signs of her residency. Debbie spent time with Ginger, jotting down her stories to ensure they had consistent answers for any government inquiries. They borrowed a camera from Kevin's place, taking pictures of each family member with Ginger, creating a family album. They even staged some photos, like birthday celebrations, to add authenticity. They developed the photos overnight, placing them in frames and albums around the house, preparing for the visit the next day. Half an hour until they arrive. "Is everyone ready?" Fiona said as she and Debbie helped Ginger prepare breakfast. "Maple furniture is best maintained with linseed oil," Ginger remarked, oblivious to the nervous atmosphere. Knock, knock. The door sounded. Opening the door, they found Abby from the Social Security office, accompanied by a stern man in a trench coat. "Miss Gallagher, I was here yesterday. Today, as promised, I'm here for a follow-up visit. This is Agent Salinger from the federal office," Abby introduced. "Please, come in," Fiona welcomed them. The two entered, inspecting the house and immediately noticing Ginger seated on the sofa. Abby was visibly taken aback, surprised to see an elderly lady actually present. She had come armed with solid information, enough to put Frank behind bars. Her visit was not based on mere suspicion, deploying resources required concrete evidence. Her investigation showed no record of a Virginia Louise Gallagher in any Wisconsin nursing home system, and Ginger's pension had been withdrawn in Chicago for the past 12 years, with no elderly resident in the Gallagher home. This visit was meant to be conclusive. Abby had brought the federal agent to make an arrest. Yet, to her astonishment, an elderly woman was indeed there. Abby glanced suspiciously at Frank and Fiona, then scanned the house, noting the family photos. "Mrs. Gallagher, my name is Abby. I have a few questions for you," Abby stated loudly, addressing Ginger. Due to common hearing issues among seniors, Abby raised her voice. Ginger jumped at the volume. "My name is Abby, and I have a few questions," she echoed Abby's words. Abby was momentarily stunned. "You know how it is, old age," Frank said, tapping his head. "Mrs. Gallagher, how old are you?" Abby asked. "I don't remember," Ginger replied. "Our records indicate you're 93, Abby noted. "How are you feeling?" Abby continued. "Wait, I suddenly remembered, Rick and I danced the cha-cha one night," Ginger responded, completely off topic. Abby was at a loss for words. Frank felt reassured watching Abby's futile exchange with Ginger. Abby couldn't extract any useful information from the muddled Ginger. Indeed, Abby left with nothing substantial, filling her report with guesses. Despite suspecting Ginger was a stand-in, Abby lacked evidence to claim she was fake. Without a confession from Ginger, Abby's hands were tied. The federal agent stood silently throughout, his role being to arrest, and with no arrest to make, he was just an observer. I'll be back for a follow-up in 6 months. Here's her check, Abby said, handing over an envelope. Legally, with proof of life, the government had to continue dispersing benefits. At 93, Ginger's pension had been paid for years, a financial loss for social services. At her age, she won't be around much longer. Let's go, Abby said, leaving reluctantly, her words revealing her frustration. Yay! Frank and the others cheered as Abby and the agent departed. Oh, and I once danced with Kibo, the first black stick I ever tasted, Ginger reminisced from the couch. With the Social Security visit over, they packed Ginger's things to return her to the nursing home. She had only been gone a day, so it wasn't an issue. A prolonged absence would have raised alarms. Abby's visits every 6 months meant they could bring Ginger back from the nursing home in time for each check. Chapter 73, Steve's Secret. Abby would visit every 6 months, but if Frank could find a fresh body to replace Ginger's remains, her visits might become unnecessary. While Ginger's monthly benefits were substantial, they paled in comparison to the potential consequences of getting caught. They had been lucky this time, but if the ruse had failed, Frank would be facing a long prison sentence. Do we really have to send Aunt Ginger away? Please don't. I promised to take care of her, Debbie pleaded, having grown fond of the elderly lady. She can't stay here, Debbie. If she's gone too long, the nursing home will notice. You don't want to cause trouble for Veronica, do you? Fiona gently explained, kneeling beside Debbie. Debbie, you can visit her at the nursing home anytime, Veronica added, comforting Debbie. After returning Ginger to the nursing home, Debbie was heartbroken and cried bitterly. Frank held Debbie close, gently patting her back. You all head back. I'll stay with Debbie for a bit. We'll come home later, Frank said to Fiona, understanding Debbie's attachment. Reluctantly, the others agreed, leaving Frank and Debbie behind. Back at the nursing home, Granny Ginger seemed oblivious to the earlier chaos, wandering around and occasionally repeating Abby's questions. With the Ginger crisis resolved, Frank refocused on Steve, even contacting Tony to chip away at Steve's reputation. Steve's daily routine largely involved stealing cars. With Fiona now aware of his activities, Frank wasn't interested in Steve's car thefts anymore, but he still familiarized himself with the business. Stolen cars were typically refurbished and sold at near-new prices, yielding high profits. Steve occupied the lowest rung of this profit chain, essentially a laborer. There were 2 types of car thefts Steve engaged in: opportunistic thefts, where he'd sell the car as a used vehicle and earn a commission based on the sale price, and commission thefts, where employers specified the make and model, similar to government contracts. The latter was far more lucrative. A commissioned luxury car theft could earn Steve thousands. No wonder Steve maintained the facade of a wealthy heir. Steve's earnings were impressive, but what stood out was his diligence. Through surveillance, Frank learned that Steve didn't hold a regular job. He either scoured the streets for cars matching his orders or worked at a repair shop. Any time not spent indulging in leisure was dedicated to Fiona. Steve's lavish spending and time investment painted him as a devoted suitor, explaining the quick reconciliation between him and Fiona. However, Frank soon uncovered some of Steve's secrets. "What are you doing here, Steve?" Frank muttered as he followed Steve, watching him leave the south side and head to an affluent neighborhood, parking in front of a mansion. From his car, Frank observed Steve enter the mansion and not return. Could he really be a rich kid? 1055 North Street, Frank noted the address, planning to investigate further. Using the address, Frank quickly found information about the mansion's owners online. Over the following days, Frank noticed Steve visiting less frequently. Sometimes, he'd be absent for days unless Fiona called him. Frank staked out the mansion daily, armed with a telescope. Steve hadn't been stealing cars lately, spending all his time at the mansion, only leaving to visit Fiona. "Where's Steve? I haven't seen him much," Frank asked Fiona, feigning ignorance as he watched Steve leave in a hurry. "He's been busy with work." "Why do you care? You usually can't stand him," Fiona replied, puzzled. "Just curious," Frank said nonchalantly, though his mind was racing with thoughts. It was clear Fiona was unaware of Steve's mansion visits, as he used work as an excuse. One day, Frank waited outside the mansion, watching Steve drive away. Instead of following, he approached the front door with a toolbox. "Hello, Mrs. Leisman, I'm here to fix the plumbing," Frank announced. Dressed in blue overalls, toolbox in hand, Frank was ready to investigate Steve's connection to the mansion. Frank had researched the mansion beforehand. It belonged to Dr. Lloyd and Mrs. Candace Leisman. Dr. Lloyd was a well-known doctor, typically at the hospital, only returning home at night. During the day, Mrs. Candace was alone. Candace was a silver-haired middle-aged woman, impeccably maintained and looking far younger than her 50 years, with smooth, youthful skin. "Oh, right. We do have a plumbing issue. Come on in, Mrs. Leisman said, stepping aside to let Frank enter. Frank had been observing Steve and the mansion for a while and had sabotaged the plumbing days earlier. He had called the real repair service, pretending to be the owner, and cancelled their visit. Inside, the mansion was warm, a stark contrast to the cold winter outside. Candace wore a thin silk robe, a testament to the cozy interior. "Have a look and see where the problem is," Frank said, removing his jacket as Candace led him to the kitchen. "Would you like something to drink? Tea, beer, soda?" Candace offered. "Tea would be fine, ma'am," Frank replied, opening the cupboard and starting to work on the pipes. Candace placed a cup of tea on the counter, watching Frank work while lighting a cigarette from a sleek metal case. Chapter 74, A Medical Family. Thanks to his wealth of experience, Frank could tell with just one sniff that the cigarette Mrs. Candace was smoking wasn't ordinary, it was premium-grade medical grade M. "It's for medical purposes. I've been feeling mentally drained, Mrs. Candace explained casually as she took another puff. Frank swallowed hard. His current state was like that of a recovering smoker watching someone light up, or a recovering alcoholic watching someone drink. He could resist, but his body betrayed him, his mouth began to water. He focused on fixing the kitchen pipes first. Then, under the pretense of inspecting the plumbing, he took the opportunity to walk through the house and gather intel on Steve's connection to the villa. The house was warm, and plumbing was hard physical labor. Before long, Frank was drenched in sweat. He stripped off layers of clothing until only a thin undershirt clung to his skin, soaked in translucent, revealing his muscular outline. It was uncomfortable, but he couldn't go shirtless, it just wouldn't look right. But that shirt barely made a difference. Cheap and thin, once wet it might as well have been see-through. "Take a break and have some water, Mrs. Candace said, staring at Frank without blinking. "Sure," Frank replied, wiping his sweat and picking up the tea on the table. Gulp. Frank wasn't sure if he imagined it, but he thought he heard someone swallowing hard. "Want one?" Mrs. Candace asked, offering her medical-grade M cigarette. "Just one hit." Frank's throat twitched. He couldn't resist any more and took it. He inhaled deeply. His eyes fluttered slightly as his eyelids trembled, a look of bliss spread across his face. By the time he snapped out of it, he realized a pair of hands was roaming across his chest. "You guys must work hard. These muscles, clearly not built in a gym, Mrs. Candace murmured, her hands freely exploring Frank's body, completely ignoring the sweat. "Ma'am," Frank said awkwardly, shocked to find himself on the receiving end of that kind of attention. "Take your shirt off. It's soaked, I'll wash it for you," she said, already pulling off his undershirt. Her hands lingered as she undressed him, her eyes practically glowing with desire. Whether it was the M, the charged atmosphere, or just plain chemistry, their eyes locked, and then Frank suddenly pulled her into his arms, laying her on the table. Candace responded just as fiercely. Their passion erupted from the kitchen to the living room, then the stairs, and finally into the bedroom, leaving a trail of chaos in their wake. After their battle, Mrs. Candace rested for a while before slipping into a robe and returning with a platter of fruit, which she fed Frank by hand as she cuddled beside him. "It's getting late," Frank said, chewing on fruit and glancing at the darkening sky. "Stay a little longer," she replied languidly. As they lay together, Frank subtly began to gather information about the household. To the outside world, the Lishman were a model couple. But behind closed doors, Lloyd Lishman and Mrs. Candace were more like polite strangers. The phrase, treating each other with respect, may sound positive, but when used to describe a marriage, it's a sign of distance. Dr. Lishman brought home the income and supported the family. Candace didn't work, she was a full-time lady of leisure, which explained her pristine skin and figure. Suffering from chronic nervous fatigue, she relied on and alcohol to sleep. Lloyd was always busy. He did care for her, but more like a patient than a partner. They had 2 sons, both of whom studied medicine. It was a family of doctors. The eldest son had already graduated and opened his own clinic, a successful and respected man who had his own place but visited occasionally. The younger son was still in school out of state. "Your son's name is Steve, right?" Frank asked, following a hunch. Steve. Candace looked puzzled. The name didn't ring a bell. Curious that Frank seemed interested in her family, she got up and returned with a photo album, opening it to introduce her family. "This is my eldest, Chip. He's a cardiologist with his own practice. Not married yet," she said proudly. "Who's this?" "Your second son," Frank asked, his eyes landing on someone familiar. "Steve." "Yes, that's my baby, Jimmy. He's a top student at Michigan Medical School. Used to attend Harvard but later transferred. He's going to be a world-class cardiothoracic surgeon, just like his dad. And brother. He's usually away at school, but since his dad recently had a minor car accident and messed up his kneecap, Jimmy took a break from school to come home and take care of me. He's been such a good boy," she said fondly. "Jimmy, huh," Frank murmured thoughtfully. So, Steve wasn't even his real name. He was actually Jimmy Lishman. And this house, it really was his home. In the U.S., doctors and lawyers are among the most lucrative professions. The more famous they are, the more money they make. They're practically high society, after all, one handles health, the other law. And rich people fear both death and lawsuits. While they might not be billionaires, families like the Lishman were certainly upper middle class, rubbing shoulders with the elite. Plus, Jimmy had attended elite schools like Harvard and Michigan. With his family's support and network, he was destined to thrive in the medical world. A few years of work would give him the experience and credibility to open his own practice, and achieve true financial freedom. Chapter 75, You Have to Go to School. Jimmy, Steve, Frank muttered the 2 names under his breath. Jimmy hadn't been visiting Frank's house lately because Candace's husband had gotten into a car accident, and Jimmy had come home to take care of his mother. But Jimmy was a real piece of work. Not only had he lied to them using the fake name, Steve, he had even deceived his own family. According to Candace, Jimmy was supposed to be attending the University of Michigan in Detroit. But in reality, he had never been in Detroit. He'd been living in Chicago under the alias, Steve, right in the same city as Frank's family. What's more, Jimmy hadn't used the prestigious medical education he'd received to earn an honest living. Instead, he was out stealing cars, doing bottom-of-the-barrel, petty criminal work. Like trading gold for garbage. Frank thought about all this but chose not to tell Candace the truth. The 2 chatted until they had recovered from their earlier activity, and then they went for another intense round. By the time it ended, night had fully fallen. Candace had offered to let Frank stay the night. She said even if her son came home and saw them, he wouldn't say anything, but Frank decided to get dressed and leave. He'd promised Kevin he'd return the car that evening. "It's been a long time since I felt this alive," Candace said with a yawn, lounging lazily. "I remember your number. I'll call you again, to fix the pipes." She didn't get up to walk him out. Too tired, she drifted off to sleep. Frank buttoned up his shirt, eyeing the villa's luxurious decor, expensive paintings, silverware, and jewelry boxes glinting with gemstones. He swallowed hard. His fingers itched. The temptation now was even stronger than when Candace had lit that medicinal joint earlier. Frank's old self, the old Frank, would have swiped everything and walked out like it was his. So many valuables, just sitting there. Fuck, Frank muttered to himself and rushed out the door, afraid he'd lose control. He sat in the car for a few minutes to calm down, waiting for his heart rate to settle. This infiltration had gone far better than he'd hoped. He finally had leverage on Steve. Feeling smug, Frank lit a cigarette and stepped on the gas. By the time he got home, dinner was long over. The kids had all retreated to their rooms. Only Fiona was curled up on the couch, studying a textbook. "There's leftover pizza in the fridge," she said, glancing up as Frank walked in. "Did Steve come by today?" Frank asked as he grabbed a slice and sat down. "Huh, yeah," Fiona nodded, not offering more. "How much do you actually know about him?" Frank asked casually, shifting the conversation. "Have you asked about his family?" "He's told me a few things," Fiona said, looking up from her book. Clearly, she had been thinking about this stuff a lot. But she didn't have anyone to talk to, she couldn't share these thoughts with her younger siblings, and Veronica was the only person she could really confide in. Now that Frank had brought it up, Fiona was glad for the chance to talk. After all, Frank was her dad. Steve said his family's from Detroit. His dad works at a car factory, but business hasn't been great lately. Steve said he helps out sometimes. "I guess it's kind of a family operation. One builds cars, the other steals them," Fiona said with a dry chuckle. "Is that what he told you?" Frank raised an eyebrow but nodded, hiding his thoughts. "Honestly, what do you want out of this?" he asked suddenly. "Do you see yourself staying with Steve long-term? If I hadn't stepped in, the two of you would practically be living together already. Are you seriously thinking about marriage? In the past, whenever I got this deep into a relationship, the guy would either ghost me or just show up late at night for a quick hookup. Or they'd push me to meet their family, like Tony did. Whenever that kind of stuff started happening, I'd always find an excuse to bail. And that would be the end of it," Fiona explained. "And what about this time?" Frank asked. Fiona went quiet. She didn't answer for a long while. Unlike all the guys she'd dated before, Steve was different. She genuinely cared for him, felt something real. Sometimes she even imagined a future together, maybe even marriage. But the harsh realities of life always pulled her back from dreaming too far. "Don't overthink it," Frank said, breaking the silence. "You're still young. You've got college ahead of you. Even if you do want to get married one day, it's not happening until you've got your degree." "I won't allow it. Dad, don't bring up college again. I haven't even gotten in yet." Fiona groaned. "Just brushing up on all this high school crap is killing me. If it weren't for Lip and Ian helping me out, I would have quit already." Whether she was dodging the topic of Steve or just genuinely overwhelmed, her attention clearly shifted to her studies. Frank chatted with her for a bit longer before heading upstairs. From what he could see, Fiona had real feelings for Steve, Jimmy. Far deeper than anything she'd felt for her 90-plus ex-boyfriends. As her father, Frank had to vet her partner. He'd never liked Jimmy. The guy was clearly hiding something, had too many secrets, and came off as a smooth-talking flake. But now, Frank had done his homework. He knew everything. Jimmy came from a good family of doctors, was a top medical student at an elite school. The real mystery was why someone with that kind of background was out stealing cars and playing at being a rebel, and why he had fallen for Fiona, the proverbial Cinderella. Still, if Jimmy turned over a new leaf, stopped stealing, and became a respected doctor, Frank might not just tolerate their relationship, he might even support it. After all, a doctor is a far cry from a thief. But only if Jimmy didn't treat Fiona like some passing fling. No ghosting. No messing around. After all, both of them were still young, in their early 20s. Relationships at that age can change overnight, hot one day, cold the next. "I'll have to sit down and talk to Jimmy," Frank thought as he lay in bed. He hadn't expected that day would come so soon, or arrive in such an unexpected way. Chapter 76, The Affair. A few days after Frank's initial visit to repair Mrs. Candace's plumbing, he received another call from her, claiming the pipes were broken again and requesting his assistance. Initially, Frank was hesitant to accept, but Mrs. Candace's persistent charm and generous tips gave him the feeling of being a kept man. Plus, Frank found himself drawn back to her, intrigued by the thrill. The allure of Mrs. Candace was entirely different from what he felt with Sheila. While Sheila had a voluptuous figure that many men found irresistible, she also had a penchant for adventurous activities, including mild S&M, and she was dominant. This often left Frank on edge, wary of her intentions. Sheila's collection of toys often filled Frank with trepidation. In contrast, Mrs. Candace's petite frame made her appear much younger, almost like a woman in her 30s. Her skin was exceptionally smooth and flawless, unlike the often coarser texture associated with European women. Her beauty was captivating. Unlike Sheila, Mrs. Candace had no interest in adventurous exploits, allowing Frank to relax and enjoy their encounters without fear. Both women, however, shared the same voracious appetite, which might overwhelm most men. But not Frank. Despite being in his 50s, he still had the vigor of a younger man. His stamina and experience made both women eager for more, with Sheila remaining infatuated and Mrs. Candace frequently reaching out. After much deliberation, Frank succumbed to his desires and returned Mrs. Candace's calls. He always timed his visits to avoid her son, Jimmy. Mrs. Candace seemed to understand the need for discretion, ensuring Jimmy was out whenever Frank came over. "Why don't you visit your father at the hospital and check on your brother?" Mrs. Candace suggested to Jimmy. "Sure. Do you need me to bring anything back?" Jimmy asked, slightly puzzled by his mother's frequent requests for him to leave. Jimmy found it odd that his mother often sent him out, but he didn't mind. It gave him a chance to see Fiona, without needing to concoct an excuse to leave home. Watching from his car as Jimmy drove off, Frank donned a cap and assumed the guise of a repairman, knocking on the door. No sooner had he knocked than the door opened, a delicate hand pulling him inside. What followed was an intense encounter, a passionate journey from the front hallway to the upstairs bedroom, leaving traces of their activities throughout the house. Afterward, Mrs. Candace lay languidly in Frank's arms, like a contented cat. "Are you really a repairman?" she asked, lighting a cigarette. "What do you think?" Frank replied, taking a drag from her cigarette and exhaling a cloud of smoke. "I called the repair company. They don't have anyone named Frank, and their repairman was turned away from my house," Mrs. Candace observed. After Frank's previous visit, she had tried to reach him through the company, only to discover no employee by that name existed and that the real repairman had never shown up. Thus, Frank's cover was blown, and it was evident he'd intercepted the actual repairman. However, Mrs. Candace was puzzled about Frank's true intentions. She had checked her valuables, and nothing was missing, not even a silver spoon. This confirmed Frank wasn't a thief. Could he have been there for her? That didn't make sense either, as it was Mrs. Candace who had seduced Frank, not the other way around. So, she remained uncertain about his motives. Ordinarily, such circumstances would have prompted Mrs. Candace to distance herself from Frank, if not report him. Yet, despite knowing he was hiding something, she couldn't resist reaching out to him. Just as Frank was drawn to her, Mrs. Candace found herself equally entranced and unable to break away. Similar to Sheila, Mrs. Candace had been without intimacy for a long time. Her husband was often absent and, even when home, showed little interest. Their time in bed was strictly for sleeping, a routine that had persisted for years. Thus, when Mrs. Candace encountered the rugged Frank, she was compelled to act, and Frank did not disappoint. Blessed with natural talents and a wealth of experience from the previous, Frank's, life, having seen it all and been with countless women, Frank was more than capable of satisfying Mrs. Candace. Though the previous, Frank, had left him with numerous messes to clean up, he had also passed on his skills and expertise, one of the few inheritances Frank had received. Frank's prowess and finesse left Mrs. Candace yearning for more. Despite knowing he was trouble, she couldn't help but call him back for repairs. Moreover, Mrs. Candace suffered from insomnia and often relied on medication and alcohol to cope. After her encounters with Frank, she found herself falling into the most restful sleep she'd had in years, her symptoms significantly alleviated. Chapter 77 Exposed. Mrs. Candace had no idea what Frank was up to, and Frank couldn't exactly explain himself. He couldn't very well come out and say, "Your son dropped out of school, steals cars for fun now, uses a fake identity to date my daughter, and is stringing her along emotionally." If that truth came out, never mind Fiona's reaction, Mrs. Candace and Jimmy's entire family would explode. Besides, things had already gotten complicated. Frank and Mrs. Candace weren't just a one-night stand anymore. This was clearly heading into long-term territory. Frank had never liked Jimmy and didn't want him near Fiona. And yet now, here he was, sleeping with Jimmy's mom, stealing another man's wife, putting horns on Jimmy's father. More importantly, Mrs. Candace wasn't like Sheila. With Sheila, Frank could claim it was the other Frank's mess. He was just an innocent scapegoat. But this was all on Frank. 100% him. And it had that classic Frank touch. As the two lay tangled in bed, enjoying the afterglow, the front door suddenly opened downstairs. "Mom, I'm home. Did we have company?" Jimmy's voice called out. "Oh no, Jimmy's back." Mrs. Candace gasped. Frank was even more panicked than she was. He bolted upright like he'd been shocked. He threw on his clothes in a flash. Mrs. Candace made it simpler. She didn't bother with anything else and just pulled on her robe, which she often wore around the house anyway. "The pipes broke again. I had someone come fix them," Mrs. Candace called out as she stepped into the hallway to buy Frank some time. She kicked the clothes on the stairwell with her foot, shoving them under the table or a cabinet out of sight. "The pipes again," Jimmy said, lugging in some groceries from the supermarket. He didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. "Yeah, looks like some animal got in or something," Mrs. Candace said casually, biting into an apple. "Mom, Jimmy turned around to face her, and paused. His mother's face was flushed, radiant, glowing like a flower freshly watered. "What is it?" she asked, touching her cheek. "Did you switch skincare products or something? You look amazing," Jimmy said. He didn't overthink it. He was her son, not her husband. If his dad had been there, he might have caught on. "Oh, yeah, I tried something new," Mrs. Candace said, touching her face again with a sheepish expression. She quickly changed the topic. "Why are you home so early?" "Dad's still the same. He'll probably be discharged in a couple weeks," Jimmy said casually. After a quick visit to see his dad and brother, Jimmy eagerly went looking for Fiona, but she wasn't home. She was off at work. Lately, Jimmy had been staying at his own home and avoiding Frank's place, afraid his cover might be blown. He'd even stopped calling Fiona as often, so he had no idea where she was working. Fiona was doing odd jobs to make ends meet. No fixed location, she went wherever the work was. Unable to find her, Jimmy had a drink at the Alibi bar, then picked up some fruit from the store before heading home. "Mrs. Lishman, the plumbing upstairs has been repaired," a voice announced just as Jimmy and his mom were talking. "Oh, okay. You can go now. I'll call you again if anything else comes up," Mrs. Candace said pointedly. "Huh." Jimmy frowned. That voice sounded familiar. He instinctively turned around, and the moment he saw the repairman's face, his pupils shrank and his smile froze. "Jimmy, good to see you," Frank said calmly. "Fr," Jimmy blurted, but immediately stopped himself. He was Jimmy now, not Steve. He wasn't supposed to recognize Frank in disguise. But Jimmy saw through it instantly. He knew Frank too well. "I'll be heading off then, Mrs. Lishman," Frank said smoothly. His eyes only lingered briefly on Jimmy before returning to Mrs. Candace. He gave a slight nod and turned to leave. Just as Jimmy was pretending not to know Frank, Frank was pretending not to know Jimmy. Mrs. Candace nodded, subtly urging Frank to leave quickly. She didn't want her son finding out about her and Frank either. This was hardly something to be proud of. All three people in the house had their own secrets. Jimmy was so stunned by Frank's sudden appearance that his mind was racing. "Why is Frank here? How does he know where I live?" In his shock, he didn't even notice how disheveled Frank looked. Shirt buttoned wrong, pants zipper still open, and, if one looked closely, he was wearing one sock and had one bare foot. Just moments ago, Frank had been in bed with Mrs. Candace. He barely had time to get dressed. If his shoes hadn't been conveniently left by the door, something Jimmy could have noticed, Frank might have seriously considered jumping out the window. In fact, when Frank first heard Jimmy's voice downstairs, he had instinctively leapt out of bed and gone straight for the window. That was a reflex left behind by the old Frank. The old Frank had plenty of experience getting caught, sleeping, in other people's homes. If he hadn't jumped out of 100 windows, he'd done it at least 80 times. This time, though, the second-floor balcony was too high. There was no landing or emergency stairs. Jumping would have been risky, and Frank managed to suppress the instinct just in time. If he'd gone out the window, he would have totally exposed Mrs. Candace. There'd be no explaining away a random pair of shoes in the house. "Mom, I just remembered something. I'm heading out for a bit," Jimmy said, uneasy after Frank left. He glanced at his phone and pretended he'd just gotten a message. "Oh, okay." Mrs. Candace nodded. She was relieved. She needed him out so she could clean up the mess and finally get dressed. After all, she was wearing absolutely nothing under her robe. As soon as Jimmy left, she hurried to tidy up the room. Chapter 78, The Confrontation. Frank hadn't gone far when he noticed Jimmy approaching. He was waiting by a nearby park, knowing that Jimmy would come after him. "Should I call you Steve, or is Jimmy more appropriate?" Frank began as Jimmy ran up to him, setting the tone for their conversation. "How did you find this place?" Jimmy asked. "You can't keep secrets hidden forever. There's no real way to hide in this world," Frank replied. "What do you want? Is it money? How much do you need?" Jimmy inquired, his voice steady. Jimmy's perception of Frank was still shaped by the old Frank. Although Frank had only been in this world for a few months, Jimmy's interactions with him had been limited, especially after their feud over Fiona. Despite Fiona mentioning Frank's recent changes, Jimmy's impression remained unchanged. Unaware of how Frank had tracked him down or disguised himself as a repairman, Jimmy assumed Frank could be bought off. After all, the old Frank would have accepted money to keep quiet, but he was also a bottomless pit, always demanding more for his vices. However, Jimmy's main concern was keeping Frank placated. If Frank revealed his true identity to Fiona, it would be a headache. If Frank exposed his deeds under the alias Steve to his family, it would be disastrous. Jimmy felt he had to satisfy Frank, whatever the cost, to keep his secret safe. "I'm not after your money. I just want to know why you're doing this," Frank said. "You don't want money." Jimmy frowned. "I've uncovered your real identity. You're a medical student at the University of Michigan. So why the car thefts and false identity?" Frank pressed. Jimmy stayed silent. "Your family seems unaware of your actions. They think you're studying out of town," Frank continued. "Just tell me what you want to keep this a secret," Jimmy said, avoiding explanations. "If you won't explain, then do one thing for me, and I'll keep your secret," Frank offered. "What is it?" Jimmy asked, preparing for the worst. "Leave my daughter. Never go near Fiona again," Frank stated firmly. Learning about Jimmy's true background, a medical family and a prestigious education, had softened Frank's view of him. But honesty with Fiona was paramount. Without honesty, Jimmy was no different from any other playboy who'd eventually move on. Fiona was genuinely invested in their relationship, not because of Jimmy's money, but because she believed in him as Steve the car thief. Jimmy's deceit was a betrayal of Fiona's feelings, more hurtful than financial deception. Historically, affairs have led to dire consequences because emotional betrayal is often more provoking than financial loss. If Jimmy wasn't planning to be honest with Fiona, Frank wouldn't allow them to be together, preferring a clean break over prolonged pain. Leave Fiona forever? No way. Jimmy rejected the idea outright. Then I'll tell Mrs. Lishman everything, Frank said, turning toward the mansion. Wait. Jimmy stopped him. I can't leave Fiona. Name another condition, anything but that, Jimmy pleaded. Then be honest with Fiona about who you really are, Frank offered. I can't do that either, Jimmy said, visibly torn. If you can't do either. Frank's eyes narrowed. I'll give you the house, Jimmy interrupted, taking a deep breath. What? Frank was taken aback. I bought a house next to yours for Fiona. It's fully paid, no mortgage. I'll transfer it to you, Jimmy explained. Looks like we have more to discuss, Frank said, his tone softening. They drove back to the house, Jimmy's purchase adjacent to Frank's home. The house had belonged to Harris, one of the old Frank's drinking buddies, who had died a couple of years back. Officially, it was lung cancer, but locals knew it was AIDS, and he had died inside the house. Such properties, where deaths have occurred, are often deemed unlucky, a belief shared across cultures, causing the market value to plummet. Combined with the neighborhood's poor safety reputation, property prices were low. However, even at a low price, buying a house in the South Side wasn't easy for locals, as most were financially strapped, much like Frank's family and their neighbors, Kevin and Veronica. As a result, the house had remained unsold until Jimmy bought it, which implied he had stolen many cars to afford it. Buying a house next to Frank's showed Jimmy's intentions. He had planned it as a surprise for Fiona, revealing his genuine affection for her. Frank toured the house, and like many fathers, his attitude toward Jimmy improved considerably, if not a complete reversal, then at least a more favorable view. Chapter 79, Jimmy. In foreign countries, traditional Chinese customs like betrothal gifts and dowries aren't popular. There's no expectation of buying a house or car before marriage. Instead, love and connection are what matter most. When the feelings are right, even living humbly, wandering, renting, or struggling, is enough for two people to commit to each other. That's why it was such a rare gesture when Jimmy bought Fiona a house next to Frank's. Regardless of whether he was being truthful about gifting it to her in the future. The act itself spoke volumes. Frank bought some alcohol, and the two men sat on the floor of the new home, drinking and having a heart-to-heart, as Fiona's father and Fiona's boyfriend. There's a saying, you can see a person's true nature after a few drinks. Jimmy could hold his liquor reasonably well, he'd spent enough time in bars chasing women, but compared to Frank, who had been drinking for 40 or 50 years and lived in a state of near-constant intoxication, Jimmy was a lightweight. Especially since Frank had intentionally bought a high-proof cocktail infamous for its tendency to make people lose control. A few sips in, Jimmy loosened up. Frank coaxed the truth out of him, his background, his thoughts, his secrets. Jimmy came from a family of doctors. He was the youngest son, and his life path had been planned since childhood. His older brother had already achieved great success and served as the perfect role model. Everyone around him, parents, relatives, friends, even teachers, expected Jimmy to follow the same path and become a doctor. And Jimmy didn't disappoint. He was extremely smart and got accepted into Harvard. But perhaps due to the intense pressure and the suffocating environment, he didn't adjust well and transferred to the University of Michigan. Officially, it was about adapting to a better environment. Unofficially, Jimmy just wanted to get away from his parents and the family that tried to control his life. Once he got to Michigan, Jimmy started breaking away from those restrictions. Free from their influence, the years of repression gave way to rebellion. And then he made a bold move, he dropped out and returned home. Of course, he never told his family. They still thought he was studying at the University of Michigan, sending him money each month for living expenses. But that money wasn't even close to what he needed to buy a house. That cash came from something else entirely, car theft. Yes, Jimmy turned to stealing cars. Perhaps because he'd been raised in such a rigid, law-abiding environment, the thrill and danger of illegal activities fascinated him. He became remarkably skilled at it. To this day, he hadn't been caught, not once. In fact, he'd made good money doing it. Enough to buy a house in full with cash. He hadn't told Fiona about the house, likely intending to reveal it as a surprise once their relationship reached the next level. Unfortunately, Frank's interference kept their relationship stuck in limbo. Jimmy didn't dare reveal his real identity to Fiona, afraid she'd react the same way she had during the last fallout, when he secretly helped Frank sneak across the border into Canada. That incident had nearly ended them. As things between him and Fiona improved, he did think about telling her the truth. But the timing never felt right. Then came a series of events, especially the Canada incident, and Fiona grew to resent his lies and secrecy. Now that they'd just started to patch things up, Jimmy was even more hesitant to come clean. The longer he waited, the more afraid he became. So when Frank suddenly showed up in his home, Jimmy was stunned, like his soul had fled his body. That night of drinking gave Frank real insight into who Jimmy was. Jimmy was a man raised in a repressive household, now caught in the middle of a rebellious phase. He was indecisive, hesitant, and lacked foresight. While he was clever, he lived only in the moment and had no plans for the future. In short, Jimmy was physically an adult, but mentally still a child. If he really wanted to rebel, he could have waited until graduation. With a degree and a medical license, he could do whatever he wanted, even go to jail, and still have a fallback. Even if prestigious hospitals rejected him, smaller clinics or even his own private practice would be possible. After all, his father and brother were both established doctors. But Jimmy didn't do that. He transferred out of Harvard, tasted freedom, and immediately spiraled into self-indulgence. He was like one of those high school overachievers who, after finally getting into college, let loose entirely, skipping classes, failing exams, and wasting away in a dorm room gaming all day. He even dropped out secretly and began living under a fake name in Chicago, right under his family's noses, stealing cars by day and partying in bars by night. Why Chicago? Why not escape to another city? Logically, he should have stayed as far from home as possible to avoid being recognized. After all, Chicago is where his family lives. Even in a big city, there's always a chance someone might spot him, his father, his brother, or an acquaintance, and report back. But Jimmy deliberately chose Chicago for the thrill. That constant risk of being caught gave him a twisted sense of excitement. It's hard to put into words, but the feeling was akin to something absurd and scandalous, like the cliché of the neighbor sleeping with a married woman at dinner while her husband, oblivious, offers him more food. That was the thrill Jimmy chased. The kind of pleasure others couldn't even begin to imagine. Sure, it was exhilarating, but he never thought about the consequences. What if his family found out? What if the police caught him stealing a car? Jimmy likely never considered any of it, or if he did, he chose to ignore it. He'd just deal with it if and when the time came. Chapter 80, The Transfer. Jimmy had previously suffered because of his impulsive decisions. Without consulting Fiona or anyone else, he had secretly smuggled Frank into Canada, effectively exiling him while keeping everyone in the dark. When he did this, Jimmy hadn't considered the potential consequences. If someone discovered his involvement, the fallout could be severe. Perhaps Jimmy was overly confident that his actions would remain hidden, or perhaps his nature led him to disregard the possible repercussions. The result was a rift between Fiona and Jimmy, which allowed Officer Tony to step in. Fiona ended up having a fling with Tony, leaving Jimmy feeling betrayed, yet with no outlet for his frustration. Despite this experience, Jimmy hadn't learned his lesson and continued to keep secrets from both his family and Fiona. Thus, Frank didn't have much faith in Jimmy. He saw him as lacking responsibility, someone who might run at the first sign of trouble and later regret his actions without changing his ways. However, Jimmy's gesture of buying a house for Fiona was a testament to his genuine feelings for her. Dad, Steve. Fiona looked up from her studies to see Frank supporting a slightly inebriated Jimmy into the house. "How much did you two drink?" Fiona asked, wrinkling her nose at the smell of alcohol as she approached to help Jimmy. "Just let him sleep on the couch," Frank suggested, dropping Jimmy onto the sofa. "Why were you two drinking together?" Fiona asked, puzzled as she watched Frank head to the kitchen for some milk. Frank had never seemed to like Jimmy, and Jimmy had always seen Frank as an obstacle in his relationship with Fiona. Fiona couldn't fathom why Frank and Jimmy would be drinking together. "It's nothing." Anyway, I'm going to rest upstairs," Frank said hesitantly, choosing not to divulge Jimmy's secret to Fiona before retreating to his room. Frank hadn't drunk so much in a long time, and as soon as he lay down, he fell asleep. When Frank awoke the next day, he was greeted by a pounding headache, the result of his hangover. Seeing Fiona busy with the kids, Frank went to her room, gathered her identification documents, and then headed downstairs. After a light breakfast, feeling a bit better, he and Jimmy left the house. "That's odd," Fiona thought as she watched them leave together. "Since when did they get along so well?" "Time for school." Fiona glanced at the clock and put Frank and Jimmy out of her mind, focusing on getting the kids ready. Frank and Jimmy went to Jimmy's rented apartment to fetch the house documentation and then proceeded to the property transfer office. As agreed, Jimmy transferred the house to Frank. Don't put my name on the deed. I'm just acting as an agent. Use hers, Frank instructed the clerk, handing over Fiona's identification. Fiona, Jimmy asked, surprised by Frank's action. Based on his understanding of the old Frank, Jimmy expected him to sell the house for alcohol money, not give it to Fiona. Frank didn't explain further. After all, he wasn't the same Frank, and with his cancer diagnosis, he knew his time was limited. The house would eventually go to the kids. Most of the children were minors, only Fiona was an adult. Fiona had been managing the household, so it made sense for her to have the house. It was a gift, although the house was originally Jimmy's surprise for Fiona. Moreover, if the house were in Frank's name, it would become part of his estate upon his death, incurring additional inheritance taxes and fees. Given the family's financial struggles, Frank decided to save money by putting the house in Fiona's name directly. However, Frank didn't plan to tell Fiona about the house yet. He lacked a plausible explanation for its sudden appearance. Saying Jimmy bought it would only boost Jimmy's standing unnecessarily. Besides, even if he told Fiona now, the house was uninhabitable. It was empty, having been purchased without furniture, and even furnished. No one would want to use items from a house where someone had died of AIDS. The house required significant renovation and new furnishings, which was why Jimmy hadn't told Fiona about it. He planned to surprise her once it was ready. But renovations cost money, and Jimmy was tapped out after buying the house. Frank didn't have the funds for renovations either. Therefore, telling Fiona about the house was pointless. The family was already scraping by, unable to afford the necessary repairs. Frank intended to reveal the house to Fiona through his will after his death, leaving it to her to decide what to do with it. Notably, Frank had prepared his will shortly after his cancer diagnosis, including another surprise for Fiona besides the house purchase by Jimmy. Once the transfer was complete, it was nearly noon. Frank and Jimmy grabbed a quick bite at a fast food place. I understand your situation. I'll keep your secret, but eventually, you'll have to be honest with Fiona about who you are, Frank said, taking a bite of his burger.